it for our future and for our present. And thank you. So it's time for another remarks, and the remarks is going to be from our special guest, Dr. Suraj Acharya. He will be joining us in the Zoom. He is a visiting professor at different institutes, Institute of Engineering, Pulso Campus, Tokyo University, Japan. He is also very popular commentator in radio, national newspapers, and television. He is independent expert in development and infrastructure policy, academician, and also my mentor during my master's studies, Dr. Suraj Acharya. Let's welcome him for his speech.
Thank you, Chair of this opening ceremony, uh, Chief Guest of this event, uh, Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University, Professor Dr. Jivraj Pokhrel, other guests, the participants of this event. Thank you, and good morning and namaste to you all. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this important event, even indeed an honor for me. I'm very happy because for two things. One is I fully share the feeling of my senior colleague, Professor Dr. Jivraj Pokhrel, that because in our college and universities, our understanding is university education is just a classroom education, and we produce many engineers. In my generation, we didn't have any engineering college. We had to go outside, but we had by a force of from people like Professor Pokhrel, who himself led the Institute of Engineering as a dean. So when I see this, the growth of engineering education, it's really to be proud of us for all engineering community. But at the same time, now this is the time to make a transition from the simple, this classroom education, classroom teaching to research, discussion, seminar, and conferences. Because after all, engineering education is what we call the theory and practice. I often say that engineering education as an engineer, I often tell my student when I ask the questions, often if they don't know the answer, they find the excuse that, oh, I know the theory, but we have not been so much good at practical in our education. That's a wrong notion. Engineering education itself is a practical education. It's a huge. So I often ask my student, when you come out of your campus, every problem you see is an engineering problem, whether it's civil engineering, electrical, mechanical, IT, or whatever. So what I think is this kind of the conference and discussion, presentation of the research papers or the research work is very important, not only for researchers. I would like to especially draw attention of our all this university college officials that even our undergraduate student should be exposed to this kind of the event, not putting them a pressure that we don't expect a first year or second year engineering student to come up with the research papers. That may be too demanding. But however, what is important is to give them an impression that, look, how your all what you study in the textbook, it's not just written just in a one day. All those knowledge are generated by this kind of the research, discussion, criticism, and all this by intellectual and scholarly exercise. So for the next generation to lead to for the futures, those undergraduate students are the material, scholarly material to solve our the future problem. So in that sense, I find it's very important event. And please don't feel what you call pressed up and inferior in the sense that it's the initiative itself has a big value. Don't be so much about how many papers are, what the quality of that. I know that I went through the paper list, and it's very important papers. Don't get what you call. Don't feel this develop a sense of inferiority that whether it's really in international conference or that. This is the internet conference. It's a most important thing is the to bring the things together. That so I again congratulate, and I really regret that this event is going to be in my Bharatpur is my home district. That I wished I could be there physically presented that, but some technical hitches, I was not able to do that. So finally, what I also would like to make a note here is this kind of the conference and discussion is very much important for our national building as well. We can see that the topic of this conference itself is very relevant, latest innovation in sustainable engineering and technology management. So when we go for the social economic transformation for a country like Nepal, the engineering, the infrastructures, technology, these are the key words. It's very at the core of our nation building or development strategy. So for that, what we need to is we need to be innovative. We need to be able to catch up the advanced technology. So what we call it, the leapfrogging in technology. One of the good things, being a latecomer in economic development or developing country in the development ladder, one of the good things, there are many not very good things. One of the good thing is being a latecomer in economic development, we have an opportunity to start with the latest technology. If somebody is starting with the typing, now we don't need to go to the typewriters. We can start with the laptop. That so that is the advantage, and most important thing is to reap that advantage, we have to train our the young brain. Those are the engineers. And based on my international experience, I often share with even our politicians and policymakers that in South Asia, the engineering community of South Asia is probably most talented by international measures. There is a reason why. Because our plus two, best graduate of the plus two, they choose engineering education. That's a big advantage for advancing our technology. So why I'm noting this is because this is an this is something our technical colleges and all the campus should notice up. Don't feel, again, I will underscore, don't feel inferior that whether we can do it or not. No, our young brain is very smart, and with this technology such as this Zoom, virtual education and that, so we can what you call, we can make advances in technology management or sustainability, whatever, uh, much more than the other sectors. That so with that spirit, I think this conference will certainly bring some new perspective and give a confidence to our young engineers, especially those who are participating and presenting. I look forward very stimulating technical session in the afternoon. And I would like once again congratulate all the organizers with all those technical hitches and that. It's a part of this game. We should not be worried for that. And thank you all again for listening me and giving me this time. Thank you very much.
Acharya for his remarks. He was talking about a need of proper engineering education, need a proper research and discussion. And thank you for giving good regards for the conference. So we are going for the next remarks. We are pleased to welcome our chief guest of the conference, Professor Dr. Prem Naran Aral, for his remarks. He is currently the Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University. He has his PhD in early childhood education. He is also a Senate member of Nepal Open University, former member of High Level Education of Commission, chairman of Faculty Board of Faculty of Management and Education of Purvanchal University. His name is not new in the field of education. He has been active in this field since 1981 AD, even the year before I was born. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Prem Naran Aral for his remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it is audible. Yeah. Now I would like to uh, just call my friends here that I am seeing Jibraj Pokhrel, my very nearest and dearest friend, and our controller of examination, from Pokhara University, Professor Dr. Tekraj Avasti, Tekraj Gemaliji, and all yes, distinguished distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. It is a great pleasure to be with you through United Technical College of Engineering affiliated to Pokhara University to this first international conference on latest innovation on and sustainable development and technology management. Actually, this 21st century era is known as knowledge transformation and knowledge generation, and engineering. These sustainable development goals also give us impetus to work in this direction. This is a truly unique platform for the researchers, scientists, professionals to come together and shape the future of sustainable development and management of engineering and technology. Being the Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University, I'm honored to add this forum, and I'm really grateful. I hope this Pokhara University is working in many technical fields. This university known as engineering and, and in the field of practical knowledge. Uh, there, is a, there is a scarcity of academic conference in Nepal, and there is a need to justify this scarcity. Let me grab this opportunity and talk about the first international conference of United Technical College affiliated to Pokhara University, as it is clear that conference focuses on innovation and sustainable management, yes, engineering and technology, in which we seek debates on how to tie together scientific research, innovation, and technology. Yes, alongside this background, the conference is a forum in which participants will present papers, a network for future collaborations, publish, socialize, and travel and find out what's new. In present time, rapidly changing world, attending a conference has become a compulsory to survive in a professional and academic discipline. And this time, yes, we actually have the opportunity because of pandemic 9. This pandemic COVID-19 has yes make us a lot about engineering and innovation and new technology use yes in our teaching and learning process. Yes, technology is there for making modification, knowledge of the tools, uses of machines, techniques to solve these problems. Yes, achieve a goal and perform a specific function in the design, production, and utilization of goods and services. For example, the use of green and clean technology can reduce the amount of waste and pollution and provide early warning message if waste and pollutions are increased during production. Sustainable engineering is that part of engineering for human development that meets the need of the present, present without negotiating the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Now we should have the motto of the aim of life is not only preparation for living, it is life itself. To make life more compatible and to make life more success, we should rely on new knowledge and innovation and technology. Yeah, sustainable engineering research may also include the new innovation on energy reduction over life cycle, reduce packaging and material waste over life cycle, and reduce use of toxins. Yes, construction would destroy or disturb natural vegetation and wildlife, cause high social erosion, creation large amount of construction waste, and have a negative yes aesthetic impact. The alternative approach is to convert these problematic trade-offs into benefits that require some additional yes investment and wide range of collaboration among civil engineers, ecologists, and landscape architects. The result would be creation of a permanent landscape ecologically compatible relief channel with amenities and environmental features of a natural river, which eventually become an asset to the community and increase rather than decrease the quality of life is the concept of innovation and sustainable investment. I therefore like to acknowledge some points on that. Therefore, there is no better way to ensure our response to the sustainable development and it is truly meaningful to involve the people we aim to survive. This has the importance that the knowledge we generate, the innovations we come up with, and the technology we develop should go towards uplifting the lifestyle of the people. This pandemic has given us opportunity to talk with others, to learn more technological advancement, and create learning environment in our schools and in higher educations. Yes, I would like to thank the conference organizing committee for having worked hard to ensure we have first international conference on these important issues. That is very important for our new generation, our new engineers, and new generation will try to make uh, uh, the country more sustainable, more compatible, and more knowledgeable. And thank you all. I wish you all the success, yes, of this conference. And also, I hope our papers that are going to be present here in this conference will give insight, will give inspirations to the planners and, and also university, not only university, but also government of Nepal. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Prem Narayan sir, for talking about conference and giving us good wishes. So we have come to the end of opening ceremony, and we want it to be ended by our chairman and conference vice president, Professor Dr. Kesav Datta Avasti. So I would like to give some short introduction of him. Professor Kesav Datta Avasti, also principal of United Technical College, had his PhD in environment science from Norwegian University of Life Sciences in 2004 AD. He has been actively involved in the field of education and research field for the last 36 years. His research is more inclined to environment sciences, social conservation engineering, water resources, GIS application to natural resources management, carbon sequestration, and greenhouse emission. He is also the former Dean of Institute of Forestry, Pokhara, Nepal. And let's welcome our Vice President and Conference Chairman, Kesav Datta Avasti.
Thank you, Neeraj sir. Respected Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University, respected Controller of Examination, Pokhara University, Associate Professor Dr. Madhav Koirala from Pokhara University, Dr. Uh, ex-controller from Pokhara University, and distinguished other guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to extend you a very warm welcome on behalf of United Technical College of Engineering and to say how grateful we are to the Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University to accept our chief guest, also to other delegates who have accepted our invitation to assemble at Bharatpur, Chitwan. It is gratifying to note that The agenda of the first one-day international conference covers with a wide range of very interesting items relating to the latest innovation on sustainable development, uh, engineering and technology management. Talking about the United Technical College, over to the last 12 years, United Technical College has made good contribution on research and teaching, resulting in impacts in many sectors of the society. At this conference, let us celebrate what we have as a professional community have achieved. Additionally, our further vision, future vision is to create even greater value to all concerned of the globe. This conference will be one for us to share our thoughts and exchange ideas on how to chart our journey forward to reach new heights. So we have an exciting program at this conference that will allow members to reflect upon and celebrate our past accomplishments, renew friendships, and extend our new networks and journey, explore current and future research directions. We hope that you all will have a productive and fun-filled time at this very special conference. Once again, I would like to welcome all the distinguished delegates and presenters to this first international conference at United Technical College, Chitwan, Bharatpur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kesav Dattavasti, for his remarks. And I have missed some of the inviting session. We have here conference editor-in-chief and associate professor, Madan Bhandari Memorial Academy, Nepal, Pokhara University, Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra here with us. Let's welcome him as well. So without delaying, we are already delayed by like 20 minutes. So without delaying, I want to start the special session with the permission from chairman, sir. So the special session would be from Professor Dr. Kesav Rajgavali. He's also the keynote speaker for today's conference. Um, let's welcome our first keynote speaker in this special session. He is active as a he has
founding the country and and I didn't respond chief guests or should be the investor. My introduction. ever one is most conjugated in the world. It's very simple time. It is mixed with water and conjugate. And it's very easy for inventions to explain plastic. But we go into a lot of problems in the world, in the process of the all are connected with the today basically well, if you want to answer good artificial, there are three mechanisms. One is for mechanics, on the design, and process construction. This keeps the very rapid. What is your personality, and it starts from schematics and speed. Yes, point is and when you in during highest process it should be low heat and it should be embedded on charging right from the and the hardest is what like and and more and long which to and finally inner it should be of and even for the yes in metals you check is that and you should have open and you should have mix to keep the you should be the while and should be and it should have Moses and should be uh, the people you flow you yes you have to yourself you have to you you first you have the again, and again. and the block certificate with this model, which and you can develop architectural concrete, civil concrete, whatever you like. You should be expert on it. And I would like to introduce self-compacted concrete because it's my master thesis done in University of Tokyo under my Professor Dr. Hajime Okamura under the supervision, because he just proposed the SCC in 1986, and they just prepared some theoretical aspect, analysis, and all other things. And in 91, I joined, and I started from base level and verified that uh, SCC concrete can be mixed in the construction site and used. And for developing concrete, major relationship is slump versus durability. If you talk about the conventional concrete, if you increase the slump up to some level like 12 centimeter, then it will give the optimum workability. But if you go beyond it, then the durability will be decreased sharply due to the segregation problem of building. And but if you talk about SCC, when you increase the slump, there will be no segregation, but the durability will be increased. And 1988, the concept for the developing of self-compacting is it should have self-compacting capacity in the fresh state, and it should be free from initial defect in early age, and after hardening, it should give the long durability. It is the self-compacting concrete, not like concrete we used in the building or in civil structure. And we can verify it is the conventional concrete. We can show yeah, so porosity and just the accumulation of aggregates. But if you use the SCC, there is a smooth surface and all compacted without any vibration. And it is how it works to flow within two reinforcement, congested reinforcements, because the aggregates, their surface is already lubricant, and they can do it. If you use the normal concrete, then there will be jam and concrete will not be filled. And mixed design method, just limited gravel content, appropriate mortar, limited fine aggregate content, high deformability, moderate viscosity. And if you talk about the mixed proportion, you can check RCC for dam, lot of aggregates, but if you compare with the SCC, we decrease the post aggregate fine aggregate. In turn, we increase the finer particles. And generally, the condition, generally in our normal concrete, we say that we use WIC 45 to 50%, but for SCC, we can decrease it up to less than 30% to give the higher strength. And we have to cast the SCC within 2 hours. And requirement for the splices in SCC, it should have high dispersion capacity, high retention in dispersing, no interference with the hydration speed, no low sensitivity to temperature change. And typical application by SCC to shorten construction period, to assure compaction in the structure, to eliminate noise due to vibration, to assure durability. And if you are civil engineer, please check 3 slides. I have got one topper student. There are 7 subjects: mathematics, statistics, dynamics, the materials, theory of structure, concrete, RCC. If my student studies these 7 subjects, he will be structural engineer. Other like water resources, and it is just to call the civil engineer. One splendid topper boy got 100% in each subject. And I mean, exam controller, he got the result distinction 100%. And I asked him, What you do? Whether you go to, because it is the splendid result. Where you want to go to? Michigan University or University of Tokyo? I can recommend you for the master degree. But he said that, no, sir. I knew the theory, but I want to find out the real problem in the construction site. I'll stay for the 2 years. And I sent him one Connolly Upper Dam project, hypothetical project. It's not. And whatever he did in the theory, he did the same steps like metals quality, mixed proportion, production, transportation, pumping, placing, curing, and it is no doubt the structure has 100% in terms of strength, serviceability, and durability. But second girl, she got 90% in theory, and in Pokhara University result, the topper boy also get A, and the topper girl also get A. And I sent her to the construction site. She did the same job, but she did the 90%, 90%, 90%, and each step. What is the aggregate result in terms of concrete structure? I don't ask, I don't have time. So it is only 48%. If you have used YAM20 concrete, it gives only less than 10, then the structure will be collapsed under construction. If you have designed the structure for 50 years, durability will be 0 because it's already collapsed. How sensitive is the construction process? And only for the 7 steps. Don't go for mega project. Just go the steps of construction on RCC house. There are a lot of process. Then what is the strength, serviceability, and durability of our concrete structure built in Nepal with our contractors, who are not engineers? It's very serious problem. And I thought another. It's my PhD thesis. I developed one new mixing theory, two-door mixing theory, and it's just when you once knead and lap, there will be two layers, and if you knead and lap second time, that will be 4 layers, and ongoing. We developed the prototype machine, and we verified that concrete and other materials can be mixed, and these are the international recognition of new mixing theory. If you see my name, then in the initial, although I wrote the paper, there you cannot see my name because my boss was graduated from Waseda University. He was an art student, but the concept was his. So I helped him to achieve PhD degree from my professor from the Tokyo University with my help. And we developed the real size mixture. In the initial, we just named them MI mixture, verifying same mixing theory, and it was used in dredging sludge in the seashore, and we just used cement, water, and we just pumped out, and with dredging sludge and paste, and we used MI mixer units here, and we got the mix, and we settled with this dredging sludge in the seashore for the soil settlement. And another, in this real experiment, we had used only dredging sludge, but we found that that is quite viscous and quite heavy. So we used another site, just expanded polystyrene beads to lighten the dredging sludge, and both of the paper, this one and this one, these two are already published in SDR listed papers. Springer, you can check it. And we mixed in the MI mixer, laying in the horizontal way, but our purpose was to mix the concrete, and I developed one mechanism, and we used to mix the concrete in the vertical way, and with this mechanism and the application result, I got the innovator. And it's verified. These are my hands. Uh, if you use fifth unit, you see this is two different colors, quite uniformly mixed. And with this PhD thesis, we developed the automatic system, and we built the two big dams in Japan, and we sold this technology to Three Gorges project, where I stayed there as concrete expert for 2 years. Japan earned billions of dollars from my PhD thesis, and they gave just millions. Okay, these are my recognition of papers in different journals and proceedings. You can check ResearchGate. And I talk about high ductile mortar. It is my project carried out in Japan. And I don't know, in maybe 89 or 90, one company, Kurare, developed very thin and short synthetic fiber called polyvinyl alcohol fibers. And in Japan, when you construct the permanent formwork, it's called sheet form or tunnel segment. The flexural strength of both should be more than 12 MPa. Up to that time, steel fiber was used. And I assume that steel fiber has the tensile strength of 700 or 800 MPa, but it has got the tensile strength of 1800 MPa. And I assume if these thin and short fibers can be mixed uniformly and coated firmly with mortar, then it should give the required flexural strength more than 12 MPa. Then I carried out the research work. It was the 3 years project. I changed the mixing criteria, lot of things, and I got the result in the lab, which is more than 12 MPa. I got very happy. But in Japan, whatever you get the result in lab, if you don't verify it in real structure, real experiment, then it cannot be used. Then I went to construction site, used the real batching plant, and I developed this segment for tunnel. And I carried out some slabs to check the flexural strength, and I waited for 28 days, and the report come. Here you see, more than 12 MPa I have verified. Here I have already developed the segment to be used in the real construction site. The result, up to this time, 3 years project, 30 crore N is already spent for this project, excluding my salary, bonus, or skill worker salary, bonus already spent. But result came only up to 7.5 MPa. I had expected more than 12 MPa, but the result came only 7.5 MPa. Wherever you go, if you do the good job, if your bonus is increased 1.5 times or 2 times than others, because up to that time, my bonus was increased in comparison of Japanese colleagues. And they were very angry because due to one thin guy from Nepal, they couldn't show the performance. But when that result came, Japanese colleagues got very pleased and went to the restaurant for drink party in the daytime. I didn't go. That was Friday. And I also went to room with some preparation. You can understand because it's internal seminar. And I thought from the beginning, what is the reason? What is the reason? Found out the reason. Because in the lab, I had used a 100-liter mixer, right? But in the construction site, in the batching plant, I used 6 cubic meter capacity mixer. What happened there? Because in my concept, the thin and short fibers should be uniformly distributed and firmly coated with the mortar. If you talk about the mixer, electrical line is joint electric power, and it changed to mechanical energy, and then due to mechanical energy, there is interparticle distribution, impact, and splitting and recombination. So I found that the mechanical energy input is not sufficient. But Japanese colleagues, they already got drink party. Saturday and Sunday is holiday. More than 30 crore is spent, excluding my salary and bonus, as well as skilled workers. Then Monday was the meeting about this case. What to do? Then we went to the main office for the meeting, and the boss, it is the chairman's project. I handle technically, and all Japanese, including my direct boss, they were very pleased because Gyawali did the wrong. Gyawali would be fired. He will return to Nepal. Then our Dadagiri will be running. They were pleased. And there was so much agenda, but in the first, it was about the SDM. But my chairman just skipped the first agenda and talked about the other agenda. After that one, chairman asked me, Raji, my name in company is Raji for easiness. Raji, what to do next? I answered, well, 3 years is spent and 30 crore is spent, excluding my salary. And if you stop this project, you never get the result because I'll go back to Nepal and nobody knows about it except me. But if you give me still 6 crore yen and 6 months, then I'll show you result. And chairman said, okay, done. Then other colleagues just, Then what happened? Oh, sorry. Then what happened? You see, I had targeted more than 12 MPA, but I got in average 15.5 MPA. Now this result is used in the tunnel segment as well as in sheet form, permanent form. So, if you are expert, if you do the research, don't operate with the failed result. With that failed result, you can move faster ahead. So, lot of papers up to this time to come up to this result. I have to write
Conference
more
on
than
latest
50 books.
innovations in sustainable
I have to
engineering
focus
and
50 books.
management.
But in these 4 years, I just got angry with Professor Dr. Awasthi as controller. I could do nothing on paper writing. So, and it's Nepal. So, we have to use our local resources, local materials to develop the product. So I've just used students to develop the recycled concrete using concrete debris, broken bricks and dust, lightweight panels using thermocol, EPS beads, clay bricks with inclusion of cement powder, development bricks using surki as pozzolana, effect of cold joints in the RC structure, effect of already been. These are the some of these are the master thesis, maybe 7 or 8. Bent of steel bars in structural performance, use of alloy and bamboo as fiber and bars in concrete, use of timber as fiber and dust in concrete, use of waste plastic in concrete, lightening of RC structure for earthquake resistant, effectiveness of shear wall in high-rise buildings, and use of naturally available materials. As we use Hudo to act as the superplastizer, the result is very best. These are the basis of developing PhD scholars, and PhD guidelines is in our BC's table. If he agrees with it and just ask me to go on, then I'll play with some energetic minds, maybe 2 or 3 for the PhD degree. And if you are in engineering college, there are morality of research, like one is public awareness research. I'll not talk detail about it because maybe time is limited. I'll just left my slides here in your screen, in your laptop. You can refer. You can do one public awareness research work to minimize the problems faced by public with cooperation municipality or authority. Next, के भयो यसले काम गरेन नि भयो and one, you can do academic research work like research oriented bachelor final project, master and PhD thesis work, faculty's research project, students group project. Then with first and second, if you get any engineering product, then you can cooperate with the industry institution to industrialize the project. And after this one, every engineering colleges do, every engineering college of other universities do, then we combine our collaborative research. We get strong in product research, industrialize. Then finally we we just create the platform for joint research work, more technology transfer. We can cooperate with all universities, institutions, international companies. Then we do research work, not only Pokhran University, like Tribhuvan University or Madhya Pachim or Sudur Pachim. We can join hand in hand to tackle, to cooperate with international universities. Then we just transfer the technology, because academic institutions are the main platform to transfer the technology from overseas. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can write me mail or Google or ResearchGate etc. In ResearchGate, maybe some papers are only in abstract. If you are interested with the abstract, you can ask me for the full paper. I'll send you the PDF file. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Professor Dr. Tek Rajgewali, for his speech. So we'll be having our lunch break, and we'll return back in 30 minutes. So it would be in 12:10. So we'll meet at 12:10. Thank you.
So should we start?
Sir, please start, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Uh, okay, welcome to you all to the technical session 1. You can hear me, right, everyone? Thank you. So welcome again to the session. We are going to start the technical session 1. And we have 5 or 6 speakers, very relevant topics. And on behalf of myself and co-chair Dr. Bharatram Dhungana, I welcome all these speakers. And please note that we are running behind the schedule, and the time allocated for each presentation is 10 minutes and 2 minutes for the discussion. And as you understand, I know you must have a very interesting content in your presentation, but at the same time, the skill of the engineers also measured in terms of this ability to complete some work in the assigned time. So the researcher's ability is to present your case in the allocated time. I hope all the presenter will demonstrate your skill in completing your presentation in the stipulated time. So without delay, I would like to invite this first presenters. It's the presentation on prioritization of the storage hydropower project by Mr. Surendra Kaini. And from the next presentation, I would like to ask my colleague co-chair, Dr. Dhungana, to call this other presentation by turns, by name. So then I'll join in the end of the session to conclude the session. So with that, the floor is yours, Engineer Surendra Kaini, please.
Okay, namaste everybody. Please please allow me to share my screen.
You can say it now.
Okay, is it all right?
We can see your presentation. Please fully screen your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, let me start my presentation. Today I am going to present on the topics study on prioritization of storage hydropower projects in Nepal on an international conference on latest innovation in sustainable engineering and technology management. I am Ms. Surendra Kaini. Outline of my presentation are introduction, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. We start from the introduction. As we know that Nepal is rich in hydropower generation. We have 6,000 rivers traveling from 8,800 meter to 100 meter within a small reach of 150 kilometer to 200 kilometer. This topographical condition and geological condition have made Nepal rich in hydropower generation. we have a huge hydropower potential of 83,000 megawatt, but we have only exploited 1,332.8548 megawatt. And the annual peak demand of Nepal is of integrated Nepal power system is 1,408 megawatt. And at this condition, we are still purchasing power from India. On an average, we are purchasing 300 megawatt of power in the fiscal year 2019-2020. And what the problem we have is most of the power plant of Nepal are runoff river type, and the fluctuation in Nepalese rivers varies from up to 22 times, and this impacts on energy. And the energy variation in Nepalese integrated power system during dry season and monsoon season varies about 3 times, and this has made Nepal Electricity Authority to balance the integrated difficulties to balance the integrated power system of Nepal. So to solve this problem, we need large storage hydropower projects. And to develop the large storage hydropower project, what the problem we have another is the cost of development of storage hydropower project of each storage hydropower project is very large. If we take one example, the cost of one storage hydropower project is about 2 to 3 crore, and the total budget of Nepal is 14.74 crore. This all scenario indicates that we cannot develop all these storage hydropower project at once or at a time. So prioritization of storage hydropower project has to be made. And what the another problem is that the each project manager from each project, the project proponents from each project explains the Ministry of Energy that their project allocated to them is the best project among the other project. And our Ministry of Energy or our government is also in dilemma that which project is better than another project and by how much. So I have studied the storage hydropower projects of Nepal, which are under study and which are under government of Nepal. Among the 54 identified storage hydropower project, 8 storage hydropower projects are now at the time of at the stage of study, and I have taken only 6 projects among them under my study. Sunkosi 2 and Sunkosi 3 were not taken under my study because the adequate data were not available at the time of study. And for the study methodology, hierarchical structure was formed. Goal was taken in level 1, factors in level 2, sub-factors in level 3, cofactors in level 3, level 4, and alternatives in level 5. All these factors, sub-factors, cofactors were identified from the literature review that affect the storage hydropower projects. And the weightage for each factors, sub-factors, and cofactors were taken from the expert opinion. And then the peer-wise matrix was developed. The ratio explains by how much times the project is better than another project. Then all the after collection of all data, then mathematical modeling in the super decision analysis software was made. All these are the all these factors, sub-factors, and cofactors data that were collected, and for the analysis of hydrological condition, 2 parameters were taken that were gauge data and the numbers of discharge measurement that is taken directly. And for the sedimentation, the project were compared. If we see the Nalsinghat storage project have taken sediment data for more than 5 years, and Uttarganga Tamur storage hydropower project have not taken any sediment data, then Nalsinghat storage hydropower project were given the full marks, and Tamur storage hydropower project were was given the 0 marks, and all project were on other projects were given the marks by comparing within themselves. Similarly, these all are the data that affect the storage hydropower project, and from all this data, the project, the 6 projects were compared within themselves. Then sensitivity analysis was also done. Sensitivity analysis was done because the weightage of each factors, sub-factors, and cofactors were given by the expert, and the factor and the weightage given by them were not. We cannot say that that is the sure shot right. So sensitivity analysis with respect to technical factor, sensitivity analysis with respect to financial condition, with respect to impact on environment, with respect to policy and political, with respect to uncertainties, and with respect to respondent was done. And the conclusion was that by changing the weight of factor, the ranking of the project were not changed significantly. And the conclusion of my research is that, our research is that the first priority was gained by Nalsingar Storage Hydropower Project, second by Dudhkoshi Storage Hydropower Project, third by Uttaranga Storage Hydropower Project, fourth by Tamur Storage Project, and fifth by Budi Gandaki Storage Hydropower Project. If only alone one factor was taken, then Dudhkoshi stand first on technical and impact on environment condition. Nalsingar stand first on financial factor, policy factor, and political factor, and uncertainties factor, and responded factor. Similarly, the weightage was also ranked. Technical got the highest weightage of 34%. This is the conclusion of sensitivity analysis. From the sensitivity analysis, I already mentioned that if the weightage of the factor will also change, the ranking of the project did not change significantly. And another conclusion that we draw from this research is that all these projects are still under the study. Only Budi Gandaki Storage Hydropower Project is the only project which has completed its detailed project report, DPR, and all other projects are under the study. None of the project have found the investor. Nalsingar Storage Hydropower Project is the only project who have found its investor. Okay, thank you for the organization team. I can to let me to present these topics. Any comments and suggestion will be incorporated in future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for completing before time. If any short questions, we have some time. If you have any short questions to presenters, Mr. Kaini, you can ask.
Thank you, Mr. Surendra.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions, the audience? No questions. So I would like to ask one question to Mr. Surendra, that what is the suggestion to the policy makers from your research findings?
My suggestion is that we cannot make all the storage hydropower project. We cannot start all the storage hydropower project at once. So my suggestion to the policy maker is that put the maximum thrust on one storage hydropower project. That is the best. That our research has find which is one is the best. So we have to put maximum thrust on that storage hydropower project. We have to construct this project first, and then we have to go to another project.
Presenter, Ms. Neetu Koirala. Her paper title is Variation Order Impact Assessment of Building Construction Project. So please manage your time, 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, you have to present, and 2 minutes for question answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaste and good afternoon to every respected persons out there. This is Engineer Neetu Koirala from MSc Construction Management, first semester from Madan Bhandari Memorial Academy, Pokhara University, Nepal. I'm glad to present on impact of variation order on project cost and time of building constructions. The detail of this research activity can be presented in the form of this research matrix. To identify the causes of variation orders in building construction projects inside Tribhuvan University premises, the data required was bill of quantities. Here I mentioned the data required. And for that, the tools used were a questionnaire survey and contract documents study. And the data sources were this, and the outcomes, that is identified, the causes were identified. And similarly, to assess the impact of variation orders on the project completion time, the questionnaire survey and study of documents were done. For that, the data sources were client, consultant representatives, and contractor, and their opinion of the involved parties were noted through questionnaire survey and study of documents. Hence, impact of variation orders on project construction, that is time and cost, was explored. Similarly, for preventive measures too, the government acts, claims, agreements, consultant representatives and contractors were about their opinions of the involved parties about this government acts were noted by questionnaire survey and study of documents, and hence preventive measures were suggested at the end. Now proceed on to the findings of my research. First of all, we have identified the impacts of identified the variation orders. Here we can see I have tabulated the list of variation works in projects. The red highlighted part, we can see that the major type is addition of works. And also the last one that we see in project 5 is alteration in initial design. And so the identify the variation orders inside Tribhuvan University premises. That was my study area. Tribhuvan University premises, 5 buildings. I have taken the study area. They were identified. Similarly, in table 4.2, here I have tabulated the perception of the respondents. That is the client, consultant, and contractors, and their engineers and their engineer supervisors. And I have presented them in a relative important index and ranked also them. Here the red highlighted part shows the maximum causes of variation order that have their origin from client. As in project 1, individually, we can see that the change of plans in project 1 and impediment in prompt decision making and financial difficulties have been classified in project 1 as the major cause that have their origin from client by the respondents, that is client, consultant, and contractor. Similarly, in project 2, 3, and 4, the major cause were the change of plans and change of plans, and the minimum and the minor cause that the respondents have perceived were the change in specification. Overall project, we can see that the change in specifications. The respondents have perceived the change in specification as the minimum cause of variation orders. Similarly, the causes of variation orders that have their origin from consultant, the respondents have perceived or viewed a change of plans or scopes in overall project as the main change of as the main cause that have their origin from consultant, and the minor was due to non-compliance of design with government regulations. Similarly, we can see the individual project. The red highlighted part shows the major cause of variation orders from consultant. Similarly, for a contractor, we have seen the causes of variation of orders of originated from client, consultant. Now it's turn for contractors. For contractors, the combined view of respondent, that is clients, the clients, consultants, and contractors, they have viewed a lack of specified and appropriate competent construction manager as the major cause in overall project, and unfamiliarity with local condition as the least important cause of variation orders that have their origin from contractors. Apart from contractor, client, consultant that we have already viewed in a before table, now other factors do have their impact on cause of variation orders, and the respondents have stated that weather conditions have the major impact on causes of variation orders in overall project. Similarly, socio-cultural factors have the least effect on causes of variation orders. Similarly, for individual projects, so we can see the red highlighted part. So in project 1. Talking about individually, the project 1, the major important cause of variation order was change in governmental regulations. Socio-cultural factors have been termed as the least cause of variation orders. that have been originated from other sources apart from client, consultant, and contractors. The now impact of variation orders on project cost, the perspective data, the relative data. Here, the additional work has been termed as a major uh, as a major cause of variation orders impacting project cost in overall projects, and the fast track constructions as the least important cause of impact of cause of variation orders impacting project cost. Now we have the actual data here, the contracted amount and final amount of the whole project of the whole five project. We can see that every project have exceeded their contract amount. The maximum variation is seen in project 5. It is above 21%. And similarly, talking about the project time, the maximum delayed project 2 is the maximum delayed time. It is the maximum delayed time, and I want to make clear that it was due to Nakabandi time. That's why the force majeure, we can also say force majeure. At that time, Nakabandi was there in Nepal, and it had the project 2 was maximum delayed. Though other
You have only 3 minutes
yes.
left.
Yes, sir. Similarly, control measures were identified, and the maximum was appointment of a specified and appropriate competent project manager to supervise design. Similarly, minimum was improvement of management to subcontractors and conflicts. This research have concluded that change of plans, change of scopes, defects of bills were the main causes of variation orders. It was also found that every project has exceeded the time as well as period. And major control measures to minimize the variation orders are appointment of specified and appropriate competent project manager to supervise the design, preparation of bill of quantities with good estimate and adequate financial plannings. These are my few recommendations. I have also attached the references that I took for this study, and I have also attached the photographs of all the 5 projects. Here you can see that. And at last, I have reached to the end of my presentation. Thank you. For more queries, you can please proceed. Thank you so much.
For your knowledge. So, any questions about this paper, audience? Do you have any Madhav sir, Dr. Madhav Koirala sir is going to ask one question. Please, sir.
Nitu,
Yes, sir.
I saw your well presentation.
Yes, sir.
My question is,
Yes, sir.
what was the root cause of variation order? And 1, 2, 3 in number, if you pointed out, to whom you will make responsible, or who would be responsible to omit this variation order?
Sir, variation order doesn't come only from one resource. It has many resources. From client, I have presented there as client, from client view also, from consultant view also, and from contractor also, and other factors also, like force majeure. Force majeure, that is not under our control. So it is on basis of time, what situation context, from that we can decide what is the major cause and what is the minor.
Okay, Nitu, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have, can you explain about your limitations of this research?
Yes, sir. Limitations, major limitation was that I studied only about the 5 projects that were inside Kathmandu Valley. That also building projects. Building projects are taken as a very hydropower in comparison to building and hydropower that we have seen other big projects. These were small projects. And that was due to budget constraints and due to time constraints.
Just only the time and cost aspect of the project, right?
No, sir, not that much. Maybe I have excluded some other that the questionnaire that I have included that the respondents have I have included the questionnaire and that was for ranking. I have included only ranking process for that respondents. They did not include their own will. So it was mainly due to my and the main. I'm sorry, sir. That was main due to my opinion and my supervisor's opinion rather than those respondents' opinion. They had simply to rank. They were simply given a 1 to 5 scale, and they were simply asked to rank.
Three constants of the project, that is time, cost, and quality. So you have ignored about the quality aspect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, Mr. Krishna Kumar Chaudhary, his research paper is statistical model on the impact of agriculture in economic development of Nepal. So, Mr. Chaudhary,
Okay, thank you.
you can proceed.
Respected chairperson, honorable chief guest, honorable professors, and my dear colleagues, thanks to U-tec for holding the conference and providing me a chance to present my paper. The paper is research. And thanks to Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra sir for the support in this research paper. So my research topic is that impact of agriculture on economic growth of Nepal. I am J.K. Chaudhary from Madan Bhandari. So outline of this paper is introduction, objective of the study, methodology, agriculture economic growth, conclusion, and final references. Introduction. Under these sections, we will just introduce some terminologies like agriculture, economic growth, economic development. So let's go through on that. The study of agriculture, we do have agriculture science. So there are various factors that influence to the economic growth of Nepal, such as social sectors, agriculture, industry, major other factors are also. Among these, I have taken as agriculture. So agriculture sector has been a major sector of the economy in terms of income, employment, and the food security. Although contribution of agriculture sector to GDP has been steadily declining over the years, it can be considered significant from the point of view of structural change of the economy. So what is the economic policy? Need to focus on increasing the production and productivity of overall agriculture sector by increasing productivity of resources. By Torado and Smith, increment of gross domestic product of country perpetually sounds as economic growth. Low economic growth is a core obstacle of economic development. So these two variables are comminant with one another. The term economic development is used interchangeably with such terms as economic growth, economic welfare, economic progress, and secular change. Economic growth is the steady process by which the productivity capacity of economic is increased over the time to bring about a rising level of national outputs and income, whereas development is the process of improving quality of the human life. So here we can see the difference between the economic growth and development. Economic growth is measurable and objective. It prescribes expansion in the labor force, in capital, the volume of trade and consumption, and the economic development can be used to describe the underlying determinants of economic growth, such as changes in techniques of production, social attitudes, and institutions. Such changes may produce economic growth. It has been emphasized that capital accumulation, growth in population, and hence labor force and technical progress are the three components of the growth. So what is the objective of this study? The objective of this, basic objective of this paper is to examine the status of economic growth of Nepal and dependency on economic growth in agriculture, illustrating statistical. So what methodology I have used here? General methodology is that I have written here. Principal component analysis is used here to analyze the data. What is this? The Pearson correlation coefficient Rij between the elements I and j is calculated as linear correlations of the variables. Correlation measures the strength of the linear relationship between two variables. A correlation coefficient 0 means there is no linear association between two variables. A correlation 1 and -1 means there is exact positive or negative linear association between the two variables. So we have here correlations, that formula, and I'm not going to recite this. Just this one direct method is one of the method I have taken. Various methods are there. So Rxy equal to n summation xy, we can write the general, my topic actually I'm PhD scholar also, and it is under this correlation matrix. Under that topic, I'm going to do the PhD. So just by this, you can see the cause and effect relationship is clearly indicated through regression analysis than by correlations. So we have the formula for this relationship, that y is equal to a plus bx, where y is regressed or explained variable, or we can say simply as a dependent variable, and x is our independent variable, and a we have intercept of the line, and b is the slope of the line. How will we calculate this a and b terms? That can be calculated by the normal equation. We have this normal equation. If we solve these two normal equations, we will get the a and b. Agriculture economic growth. The involvement of population in the agriculture sector is gradually declining due to the increasing use of technology and professionalism in the agriculture and expansion of the service sector. According to Nepal Labor Force Survey 2008, 73.9% of population was engaged in the agriculture sector, but in 2018, the proportion was decreased to 60.4%. The contribution of agriculture sector in the total gross domestic product is estimated to be 27.7% in the current fiscal year 2019-20, which was 37.1% in the fiscal year 10 and 11. My analysis is just 1 decade. My analysis is under the 1 decade. The average annual growth rate of agriculture in the last decade was 3.2%. Production of agriculture sector was increased by 5.1% in the fiscal year 2018-19, whereas it is estimated to grow by 2.6% in the fiscal year 19-20. The production of
you have only 3 minutes left.
Let it be then. I have a here contribution. This is the data which was taken from the Ministry of Finance. Okay. And the comparative status of growth of agriculture sector to overall economic growth of Nepal is presented in the figure. You can say as a bar diagram, multiple bar diagram we have used here to compare it. Under this calculation, the table above shows the contribution of agriculture to the total economic growth of Nepal for different years. The contribution of agriculture sector growth is regarded as independent variable and economic growth y as dependent. Under this computations, I have not shown here the calculation. Directly resultant I have shown here. The one can find the correlation coefficient R is 0.7, Thus, what this means, thus the evidences of significant contribution
Hello?
in total.
नमस्ते नमस्ते आराम हुनुहुन्छ होइन छोटो कुरा
Computation of regression coefficient and the statics were found as the value we have calculated is A 1.6 and B is 0.9. What does it mean? We have get the regression lines. The meaning of this is y-intercept 1.6 tells us that when the agricultural growth is 0, the expected change in the total growth is 1.6. That is, index predicted to increase by 1.6%. The slope B is equal to 0.9 represents that each increase in agricultural growth 1%. We predict that expected change in the total growth is 0.9. That is, the index is predicted to increase by 0.9% for each 1% increase in the agricultural growth. So we have conclusion that from computation, if the agriculture is 0, the total growth predicted to increase very less, and each increase in agriculture growth by unit, we predict that expected change in the total growth is increased by just 0.9%. So we have the references here, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for your nice presentation. Any questions? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, please.
You have presented in well form. My question is, you emphasize the economic growth linking to the agriculture sector.
Yes, sir.
But today's theme is sustainable management. Would you suggest the sustainable management and economic growth?
Yes, so we have generally in the villages, still we are using the traditionally we are using such type of agriculture, and we should go through the technology should be used in the villages, so that agriculture like crops, we can say, agriculture can be increased.
In village, there will not be a sustainable, or the tradition, what is doing in the village is no sustainable.
I think I did not understand the questions, might be.
Do you know sustainable?
Yes, sir.
So you told there is a village and only economic growth is possible. But in village also, or in traditional way, what they are doing is sustainable or not non-sustainable?
It is somehow sustainable, I think.
Okay, that's only my question.
Okay, Mr. What is your policy level suggestion from the research find? Then review of national road safety action plan 2014.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ahmadji.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected session chair and every distinguished guest. It's me, Manju Tiwari. I am going to discuss on review of National Road Safety Action Plan 2013 to 2020. Basically, this is a review paper based on what we have achieved in this period. From 2013 to 2020. So just a brief background. with the death of 1.3 million people on road crashes, UN declared this decade a decade of action, basically targeting reduction in road traffic fatality, road traffic crashes. And they have declared this decade as a decade for action from 2011 to 2020. Based on this, Nepal has also prepared its own action plan in 2013. The action plan is basically covering all 5 pillars of this global action plan. And as we are on 2021, the objective of this study is whether we achieve the target or not. Second, what are the initiative in this period? Third, what will be the recommendation for the next decade of action, which is about to launch in 2021 to 2030. So basically we'll discuss about this topic. So if we look at the foundation of this action plan, there are 5 pillars, basically 5 pillars, which is in compliance with UN Global Road Safety Action Plan. The first pillar talks about road safety management, basically on what policy need to introduce, what intervention need to be done. Second pillar basically deals with road safety with infrastructure, safer road and mobility. Third pillar deals with safer
Can you hear us, Anand? Can you hear us from here?
Yes, yes, this is audible now.
Okay, Mr. Tiwari. Is it audible? Hello? Hello. Can say is mine. So next presenter is in his paper research of
Prakash Yadavji, you are already the co-host. You can start your presentation. Prakash Yadavji.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Prakash Yadav. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello, namaste.
we are listening.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to present my topic, Contractual Performance Assessment of Sikta Irrigation Project Banke, Nepal. My name is Prakash Yadav and my supervisor, Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra. Thank you. Presentation outline, introduction, methodology, research discussion, conclusion, recommendation, and references. Research objective, to assess the status of contract in terms of time and cost, to analyze the performance of ongoing contracts using earned value analysis through SCOR, to assess consequences of delay and disputes of the selected contracts. Methodology, selection of the study area. My study area is Sikta Irrigation Project. It is situated at Banke District, Province number 5. In Sikta irrigation project, there are two canal systems, Western Canal and Eastern Canal. Eastern Canal, Western Canal, its length is 45.2 kilometer, command area is 33,766 hectare and discharge is 50 cumecs. Eastern Canal, its length 53 kilometer, command area 90,000 and discharge 40 cumecs. The beneficiary of the household is 46,715 of Banke district. This is the layout map of the Western Canal, which passes through the different municipalities. Data analysis. The data analysis or value analysis has been performed to find out the cost performance index, schedule variation, cost estimate to complete, and estimate at completion. The data plotted in MS Excel to analyze the earned value analysis and draw the S curve of the project. Project performance definition and earned value analysis. In my thesis, the earned value analysis should be done based on this formula. Estimate at completion and estimate to complete. All the project ongoing projects to find out estimate at completion and estimate to complete from this formula. Result and discussion, fluctuation of cost based on approved master plan 2007 and 2014. The total cost of the project as per the study is NRS
45 billions, revised to 12.8 billions in fiscal year 2007 to 8. Later second revision at the scope of work and approved total financial cost of the whole project was 25.02 billions in fiscal year 2014. The current proposed cost of the project has been increased to NS 39.98 billions due to rectification of right main canal and addition of some command area and command protection works. Comparison of approved master plan 2007 and 2014. From 2007, 2007 and 2014. Yeah, just for example, headworks construction, 2007 and 2014, cost increased due to the price escalation, that is 10.87%. For all the items increased in 2000, compare in 2007 and 2014 due to increase some addition of work. The total amount of 2007 is 12.8 billion and 2014 25.03 billion. That is cost increased by 95.47% due to the increase due to delay and other factors, just for change in scope of work. Assessment of contract based on schedule completed contracts. There are total 52 contracts. Schedule completed contracts are 18. Their details are shown in this table. Delay completed contracts. There are 16 contracts which can be completed delay. Delay calculations shall be done in this table. Ongoing contracts. There are 16 ongoing contracts which can be shown in this table. Termination, terminated contract detail. There are only one contract terminated in Sita irrigation project, that is Dudwa Sichai Pranali. The contractor's name Coastal JB. During the construction, that is 28 months period, that is only 2% performance of work, so the contract should be terminated. Because this is solely funded project, only a Dudwa Sichai Pranali is a solely funded project, so the contract has been terminated. Status in terms of budget expenditure based on revised master plan 2014. The proposed budget in master plan, allocated budget, expenditure and percentage of expenditure. We can see that the total proposed budget is 25.02 billions, allocated budget is 18.26 billions, and expenditure is 16.26 billion. That is percentage of expenditure is 98.03% related to the allocated budget. But we can see that the fiscal year 2073, 74, 74 to 75, 75 to 76, 76 to 77, that is percentage of expenditure is 55.67%, 74%, 92%, 69%, because due to the quick change in project director and action of CIA in this project. Bar chart of the proposed budgeted, allocated budgeted and expenditure. The bar chart which can shows the proposed budgeted, allocated budgeted and expenditure to 2066 to 67. Status in terms of discharge of the canal. The design discharge of Western Canal is 50 cubics, measured discharge maximum at different dated, that is 15, maximum 15 cubics. That canal fails during trial testing at June 2016. The minimum discharge, that is 1.46 meter cube per second, January 2019 canal running. Performance assessment of ongoing contracts. There are 16 ongoing contracts in this research. Only I can take 14 contracts detail only. These 14 contract details, the date of start, duration, completed, which can show in planned and actual value. This is the time of extension. S curve of the contract, SIP cap, NCB 04. This is the curve. We can analyze this line is the planned value line, and this line is earned value line, and this is the actual value line.
Minutes remaining.
We can.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay, we can find out in this graph that is the in cost and in this is time. That is we can find SV at 40 months that is 152.4 lakhs behind, and the time variance at 41 months 17.9 months behind. That is earned value which can meet in planned value for that. This is the 41 months contract that is 17.9 months behind, and cost variance that is earned value and actual value that is CV is 48 lakhs only. This is the earned value analysis chart. All the value which can be analyzed in due to graph and plotted in this table. Ongoing contracts beyond schedule detail causes. Ongoing contracts detail, there are 14 contracts detail which can be shown in this table, and delay causes of the delay in approval of site clearance, delay due to scarcity of material, and delay due to canal alignment and monsoon. This is the major delay causes. Conclusion and recommendation. Conclusion: Sikta irrigation project has total 52 contracts, only 18 contracts completed based on schedule time, whereas 16 contracts behind the schedule. However, 16 contracts are still going on fine behind the schedule, and one contract terminated. Total estimated project cost is 25.02 billion, with extension of time till 2076 to 77. As the dated, only 18.26 budget was found to be allocated with the expenditure of 16.26 billion. It indicates the progress of the project was 64.9% and fails to complete the project in scheduled time. For the earned value analysis, plan value is far more than the earned value for all the project, which shows the slow progress of the work. The average cost variance percentage is 2.24, cost performance index is 1.02, schedule variance is minus 44.2, schedule performance index is 0.55, and average index is 0.785, which was less than 1. Need to immediate action of all ongoing project. Depending upon the condition of the estimated completion, and estimate at completion may vary from 1.95 million to 3.45 million and 3.78 million to 5.37 million respectively. The mean planned duration of the project under the study is 18.06 months, and mean actual time is 34.73 months, with standard deviation 10 months, and mean time variance is 13.66 months behind the schedule, and mean time overrun is 16.66 months, are usually impacted due to the poor project performance. Coastal purpose with the contractor progress was only 1.5% up to the completion date. No obligation of the contract terminated by the SIP.
Please come to ending. Your time is over.
This is the desilting basin, Western Canal. Damage of the canal due to dispersive soil, Western Canal. Sinkhole formation in canal bed and bank due to dispersive soil. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Thank you for your nice presentation. Any questions from audience? Okay, Professor Awasthi sir, you can ask.
Mr. Yadav, thank you very much for your nice and eloquent presentation. Maybe you have shortly mentioned about the canal. My question is about the canal failure. I have heard that the canal was constructed as your presentation also shows that it has a full capacity of 50 meter cube per second. However, on leaving the only 4 meter cube per second of the discharge, the main canal was failed. What was the cause you think was of the failure?
Main cause of the failure is dispersive nature of soil in the canal alignment. Due to the dispersive nature, the canal alignment canal lining fails.
Okay, Mr. Yadav, I have one
Yes, sir.
question also.
Yes, sir.
That have you reviewed any paper of that region of delay completion in the context of developing countries? Have you reviewed any research paper?
Yes, sir.
Of developing countries. Countries.
Yes, sir. Reviewed. Yes, sir. Some papers reviewed, sir. Yes. Sir, I can't heard your sound. I can't heard your sound, sir.
Your findings is consistent with the findings of developing countries?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My findings is based on delay for developing countries. Sir, I can't heard your sound, sir.
Okay, no problem. We are listening. Anyway. Okay, Mr. Tiwari is ready to present. There was interruption. Right now he is not. Okay, then next presenter, Mr. Prakash Sharma. His research paper is Building Code Bylaws, Compliance and Cost Assessment of Private Building Construction of Devdaha Municipality. Okay, Mr. Sharma, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Hello, good afternoon, and namaste, everyone. Hello, are you listening, sir? Hello.
We are listening.
Okay, sir. Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present on the topic Building Code Bylaws Compliance and Cost Assessment of Private Building Construction of Devda Municipality. The case study is prepared by Mr. Rajkumar Yadav, Master's Scholar, Lumbini Engineering and Management Science College, and myself, Prakash Sharma, Master's Scholar, Madan Bhandari Memorial Academy, Nepal, Urlabari Murang. Let's talk about the background. Devda municipality is a town in the Rupandehi district that lies in the mid-western part of Nepal, which was formed on May 8, 2014. The original demarcation included two existing BDC, Devda BDC and Kerwani BDC. This area is widely focused in analyzing building code bylaws, compliance, and cost assessment of private building construction of Devda municipality. My research methodology can be displayed in this form of matrix. I have divided research objective into three categories. The first is to analyze the building permit approval process and trace the percentage of building construction after taking building permit approval. The data collection source of this objective are questionnaire, survey, focus group discussion, and key informant interview. And methods used are comparative analysis of questionnaire, analysis of focus group discussion, and key informant interview. The second objective is to assess the approved drawing compliance status of MRT and bylaws in the building under construction or constructed with approval. And the data collection source of this objective are field study and observation, approved drawing and building permit certificates. And method used for these objectives are comparative analysis of field data, analysis of architectural, structural drawing and building permits. The third objective is to analyze the cost difference in the building constructed with and without approval. The data collection source of this third objective is field study and observation, approved drawing and building permit certificates, determine the cost estimate of different buildings, and the analytical tools method used for this study objective are field study and observation, analysis of architectural structural drawings and building permits, comparative analysis of and cost estimates. Let's talk about the results of our study. We have taken 30 house samples and found among 30 households, 20 have found to have knowledge regarding the building permit process, and 10 have no knowledge about the building permit approval process. Similarly, studying about the building construction after building permit approval among 30 houses, 13 have found to be constructed with approval, and 17 have constructed without approval. Similarly, while studying the reason behind ongoing construction without taking approval from the municipality, we found that 3 have delay in approval process, 22 have lack of awareness of law, and 5 have found to have financial crisis. Furthermore, we study about the implementation of building permit approval process, and found to have 10% have found to have enforced, and 90% have found to be positive implementation of building permit approval process. Similarly, we study about the reason of non-compliance of approved drawings. The chart shows the reason of non-compliance of approved drawing and bylaws. Among them, 5 are found to have lack of coordination between owners and designers. 3 have found to have lack of regular supervision from the municipality. 2 have found to have lack of coordination between contractors and designers, and 20 have found to be lack of coordination between owners and contractors. Similarly, triggering factors for approved building constructions are 30% are found to have trainings to mason and contractors, and similarly 70% are found to have awareness to house owners. Similarly, we study about the compliance of building code and bylaws. Among 24 houses, 21 are found to have compliance with bylaws, and 3 have found to have non-compliance with bylaws. The non-complying parameters of the building are plinth area, ground coverage ratio, floor area ratio, and setback. Similarly, we study the analysis of cost difference of the building constructed with and without taking approval from the municipality. We have studied this for 3 samples, and found to have the difference is difference in plinth area rate is 277.91 rupees in the building which have been constructed with and without taking approval. That means we found that the cost of building constructed without approval is 24% less than the building constructed with approval. The main reason of the cost difference in the building constructed with and without approval are basically due to no provision of foundation beam in the building, small size of footing, rectangular footing instead of trapezoidal footing, small size of column, insufficient provision of the reinforcement in the footing, column, and the beam. Let's talk about the conclusion and recommendation of our study. Following are the conclusions drawn from our study. It has found that the most of the building construction are owner driven, and the local contractor is enforced to construct the building is the owner's instruction for his business interest rather than to follow the approved drawing. Similarly, it was found that the major factors which will promote the house owner to take approval before building construction are public awareness and providing license to the contractors and masons to construct the building, and cancellation of such license is found constructing the building without approval. Also, it was found that the main reason of non-compliance of the bylaws are lack of coordination between contractor and house owner. That means owner-driven construction rather than following the approved drawing, and lack of supervision of the municipal technical person. Similarly, it was found that the building construction should comply the building code and bylaws rather than focusing on the cost saving, which will be vulnerable during natural disasters. Our recommendations of the study are for the effective implementation of building code and bylaws, public awareness programs, database, the information of trained mason contractors and registered consultant designers are to be published in the notice board and municipality booklet throughout the year. Capacity of the concerns stakeholders, relevant trainings and orientation program regarding the office resident building and national building code and bylaws to the concerned stakeholders, contractor, mason consultant and municipal technical persons should be provided. Mason training and job trainings are to be provided to the mason contractors for the skill enhancement. Similarly, capacity building of municipal institutional development should be conducted. Enough technical competence is providing the building permit and site supervision, establishment of effective coordination mechanism between municipal engineer regarding the permit process and inspection and monitoring, establishment of well-strengthened building permit section with adequate technical personnel, the adapted stage-wise building permit process need to be effectively implemented by eliminating the prevailing flaws. The issues relating to the time frame, frequency of supervision, its stage, adequacy of technical manpower for inspection of construction site, flow of information and coordination with house owners need to be addressed as soon as possible. Similarly, at the national level, timely update of national building code is most important. Recommendation of our study are similar study should be conducted in other municipalities and rural municipalities. A study related to effectiveness of the building permit approval process in various municipalities should be conducted. Here are some references of our study. Thank you so much. Any queries?
Mr. Sharma, for your nice presentation. Any questions from audience, please? Yes, Madhav sir, you can ask.
Mr. Sharma.
Yes, sir.
What is the significance of your research?
Sorry, sir, I cannot hear, sir.
What is the significance of your research?
The significance of our research is to find the main reason for non-compliance of the building code. The contractor are forcing to the house owner. They are providing wrong information to the house owner to minimize the cost. So our main significance is what can be done to implement the local or national level to implement the proper implementation of building bylaws.
You have mentioned about the scope for further study for the future researchers. So in that aspect, what is your limitations? Can you highlight your limitations? Can you highlight your limitations?
Well, okay, sir. We have conducted a study only in the Devda municipality, taking only 30 households that are below 1,000 square feet buildings and which are only of the private buildings. That are our major limitations of the study, sir.
Suveksha Shrestha, her paper is research paper is assessment of quality management practice adopted in Melamchi water treatment plant, Sundari Jal, Kathmandu.
Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, chairperson, chief guest, special guest, and every member who is present today in this conference. My presentation, the title of my presentation is Assessment of Quality Management Practice Adopted in Melamchi Water Treatment Plant, Sundarijal, Kathmandu. My name is Suveksha Shrestha. My presentation outline comprises of 6 headings, that's introduction, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, references and appendices. Beginning with the background, many companies started facing difficulties to handle the material and to bring the finished product. So in 1920, the quality management system surfaced, and by 1940, the total quality management system was established. So there was a problem of quality last culture in the construction industries, because of which there was improper handling of concrete, other materials. There were failure of design mix, occurrence of crack, honeycombs, and there was wastage of material and loss of time and money. So my research question was based on there were 3 research questions, that is to find out the quality management practices in Melamchi water treatment plant, the implementation status of quality assurance, quality control measures for concreting, and the factors affecting quality of concrete in Melamchi water treatment plant, and what is the compliance of concreting material test result as per the standard and their correlation on produced concrete. So my research objective was based on the research question. Moving forward, the significance of this research was this research will serve as a basis for other similar construction industries to form as a base, so that they can see what type of quality management practices was adopted by MWTP, its implementation status, and for enhancing quality approaches in concrete production in construction projects. So my research focuses only on the quality management of concrete production in Melamchi water treatment plant and the factors affecting concrete quality. It covers the detail of constituent of concrete, their quality assurance and quality control measures. So this is my research framework. I identified the problem, established the objective, collected the primary data and secondary data, analyzed it and found the result and concluded. So basically 2 approaches were used for the research. For qualitative approach was used to access the to identify the quality management practice of MWTP, factor affecting concrete quality, implementation status of quality assurance and control measures, and to identify the implications of quality management system on overall performance. Similarly, quantitative approach was used for the analysis of collected data, which was collected from the questionnaire surveys, key informant interview, field test, vendor interview, source visit, and site supervision method. So the main purpose of selection of Melamchi water treatment plant for this research was Melamchi is a national concern project and long-term alternative to ease chronic water shortage within Kathmandu Valley. It is a very huge project which covers a varieties of scopes and techniques of quality management of concrete production. So my for the sample, the employer, consultant, contractor, and subcontractors were involved. The lab test reports and field test data were observed, recorded, and interpreted for the analysis. So all these are the cores that were used for the analysis of the test data. So moving on to result and discussion, I prepared the Likert scale for analyzing what is the quality management practices, elements of quality management practices adopted in WTP. So MWTP had a formal quality management plant which was ranked with RII 0.92. There were control measures, but during the analysis, I found that the periodic internal auditing of the system was lacking there by the independent personnel. So it was somehow delaying the quality management system. So moving forward, there was a provision of quality control department in the contractual document. So QAQC had a QAQC committee was formed, which is comprised of the member of client, consultant, and contractor comprising of total 6 members. They were responsible for maintaining and upgrading quality of the project and output of the project. So it was also found during the questionnaire survey that the codes and code standards and relevant documents were available at the site, through which served as a basis for all the tests which was conducted on the site. So there was a systematic procedure for implementing corrective and preventive action. And during my questionnaire survey, 95% strongly agreed that they were implementing corrective and preventive action. So there were standard procedure for handling, storing, preserving concrete material like sands, aggregate, cement, admixtures, and the finished products. And all the 100 respondents strongly agreed that these were documented procedures. There was a systematic filing and handling procedure also. So as you can see, 95% of the respondent had strongly agreed. So the periodic internal auditing of the system, it's seen that only 70% has agreed to the auditing system, but 35 had disagreed to this. So there was a system of disposing non-conforming product. And during my site visit also, I saw that the materials that were not conforming to the standards were rejected and kept aside so that they can be removed from the site immediately.
You have only 3 minutes left.
Okay, sir. So coming on to the supervision of the quality control on site, there was excellent quality control. And regarding the calibration of plant and equipment, it was done as per the standards. Coming on to the concreting, the quality assurance was done before concreting, and during the production of concrete and after the production of the concrete. So I'm moving forward. So I collected the test data of all the data of all the tests that were conducted on the site, like a grade test of cement, silt content of sand. As you can see, this lies within the limit. The sieve analysis of fine aggregate, it has also lied within the limit. Finest modulus of sand, which has to be within 2 to 4% of the 4%, is found to be lie within the limit. Similarly, the sieve analysis of coarse aggregate, the specific gravity test, water absorption test, elongation index test had lied within the limit. Likewise, the flakiness index test, loss and flakiness index test lied within the limit, but for the Los Angeles abrasion test of the coarse aggregate, it was found that the industry, the site had just started to begin it before 2 months only, even though it was in a contractual document to carry out. So as you can see, it has lied above the limit, so the material were rejected from the site. So overall, this is the compressive test results of the concrete cubes. So we can see that all the tests has lied above the limit, so it has passed in our test. So coming on to the correlation of compressive strength with the parameters, the aggregate specific gravity had the highest correlation with the compressive strength, and the correlation of concrete strength with the other factors such as fineness modulus, clay contents, flakiness index, and elongation index is below 0.5, which means there is a very less impactful correlation of this factor with the strength of concrete. So concluding, MWTP had a basic elements of quality management practices. QC techniques were implemented. Inspection of material, like carrying out trial mix of design concrete, and also keeping records of tests carried out, particularly cube and cylinder test. The use of checklist was among the least. a majority consider cement content as the most important in achieving high quality of concrete. During the research, I found that the use amount, that is around 600 cubic of concrete, had failed in the beginning. That was because of the lack of cement test in the beginning. So taking this factor, the cement test and other concrete cube tests were done regularly and very systematically. After that, use mistake at the beginning of the construction. So later on, it was found that all the tests were done very regularly and appropriately. The compressive strength test and tensile test of concrete cubes and cylinders were considered highly important and was done as per the need. The correlation between the compressive strength of concrete at 28 days and cement grade was found very insignificant, because the test frequency of the cements was done very less at the site. So my recommendation is to carry out the internal auditing benchmarking strategy very well, to motivate, to carry out the training and motivation facilities regularly on the site. So, and the construction team member must strictly stick to the to satisfy the specified requirement. The use of checklist is highly recommended. And the other test, like slump test for is highly recommended for maintaining the consistency of the concreting. So the material test would be conducted as per the instruction in the contract document, and its interpretation must be strictly followed before use of material. Attention must be given to the taste of cement, the brand of cement, which plays a very important role, which is to be used in the construction site, should be of higher grade and should have passed the quality check. So that, and also lastly, the top quality management must show the commitment and leadership.
The time is over.
Okay, sir, thank you. So these are the references, and this is the site photos. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your nice presentations. Any questions from audience? I think no.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Madhav sir.
I think I have to ask one question to you. What is the parameter or benchmark that you compare the quality?
Sir, the quality is like different for different construction projects. Sorry, sir. So it is based on the what type of standards and codes the construction projects is using. So it is totally based and variable to the and based on to the specification and variable to the projects, I say. Like some uses the British standard,
Or
some use
similarly,
IS
here
standard.
I think the most important document to compare the specification, to compare the qualities, first specification and drawing document and other
Yes, sir.
contractual document. Whatever
Yes.
we used to do with a contractor,
Yes.
that must be a benchmark. But you have written something, some other things. I think it is not deviated. My doubt is that you come
My
to the
sir, my
point.
research is only focused on what type of the only on the concrete production of Melamsi water treatment plant, since the concrete is the the significant material that is used for production of the structure. So what type of standards, codes, and the system they are using to maintain that level, the grade of concrete, and to get the finished product of the desired requirement. So that is the MWTP is using M35 grade of concrete. So my research is focused on what course everything the management system is doing to get that M35 grade of concrete overall.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Subhek.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
सर हाम्रो चाहिँ चिया यतै मगाएर चिया टी ब्रेक नगरे हुन्छ कि उहाँलाई चाहिँ कन्टिन्यू गर्दै
अलिकति मैले अब
we are
great force in the process of developing of the research paper and intelligence. So we have here 7 papers and all the papers are epical in nature. The papers are primary, and papers are secondary. And all the 7 research papers relate from drinking water projects on different dimensions. So, 4 papers are one paper for agriculture, aspect agriculture, economic development, and another paper is road safety, and our neighboring code these different dimensions. So, for last few days, there has growing interest to research on innovation, technology, and researchers in sociology, management, and engineering sciences have studied several aspects of this phenomenon in relation to all kinds of organizations, uh, such as policy, strategy, structure, and organizational policy. All important various aspects of sustainable technological innovations. So, technology innovation recognizes the key factor of of society and the long-term survival of the economy. The most challenges facing global society, the sustainability of enterprise and their economic development in moving parts of engineering, technology, innovation, and the central role. Technology innovation to sustainable development of economic and organizations at international level and recognizing the role of innovation in corporate strategy and the operation level. We concern of the research is to technology and innovation while being at the same time we make key points that is economically profitable, ecologically sustainable, and socially responsible. So these are key areas of the sustainability aspects with the economical profitable, ecologically sustainable, and financially responsible on to give not effective sustainability framework is and affect the collective human. Technology innovation can lead to renewable energy use, collaboration of resources, and new forms to understand technology. So sustainability is in actually linked to strategic prices, technological innovations, and which knows need to be taught is crucial because advanced industry the global society. So, in this aspect, have to and I'd like to express sincere thanks to the college at organizing a wonderful international conference. So, let's say I would like to congratulate all the presenters, researchers who have developed such papers and their valuable contribution regarding the development of research paper. Thank you very much.
I think our sound was not that clear. So, Dr. Surya sir, it would be great that if you could close the session.
Hello.
You can take the floor, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you, sir.
You're asking me to say something?
Yes, sir. Close the session, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's a wonderful session. Yes, Dr. Dungana already noted, we have this interesting conclusion and very relevant research all. So I don't have to add much, except that what I find is in most of the presentation, it's relevant issues are there, the research questions. However, what I find is that there is a lack of the focus on the presentation. What I would like to make a note here, especially in our engineering practice, what I see is we have to make a distinctions between engineering studies and research studies. Most of us in the engineering profession, what we say is we have to, when we do a engineering design or some engineering studies, it has to be the comprehensive. We have to cover as much as possible exhaustively. But research is one of the first steps in a research is to be able to focus the things or to compartmentalize the issues. That so even in this, sometimes in the research project process, we have to cover many issues, but toward the end of the researchers should be smart enough to focus and to present the concrete result. So here, for instance, in some presentation, I find 30, 40 or 50 slides. So usually the students are very tempted to cover, to speak everything. So while doing that, you will miss the important point. So if you are allocated just 12 or 10 or 12 minutes, I don't expect more than 15 or 20 slides. That is the ability of the researchers. I also shared in the opening of this session. The ability of the researcher is to be able to communicate the important things in a very concise, in a very succinct matters. So that is the one thing I would like to make a comment here. Otherwise, all this research and discussion is very relevant, all the 7 sessions. Except one thing, I had one question for one presentation. I think it is by Mr. Prakash Sharma about the building by laws. It's very interesting and very practical presentation. What I would like to give a feedback to him is, okay, across this municipality, even in Kathmandu, if you go by case, 70, 80, even the 90% of the building are not following building by laws strictly. So there is a problem of the awareness or the enforcement or the compliances. What I'm suggesting all our municipalities, this mayor and the engineers is, look, the best way to get the people for the compliance is educate the people, educate the neighbors. Because you see, this single building, to make a building for the compliance is, it's not in the interest of the mayor or the municipality engineers. It's in the interest of the neighbors. So always ask your people, the municipal resident, that make them aware that if your neighbor is building a building, if he or she is not following offset, if not what you call following the ground coverage rule or the floor area ratio or the building height, who are the people must get affected is the neighbors, that, right? So run a awareness campaign in the municipality ask the people, okay, if your neighbor is building a new building, make sure that he or she is following this, what you call, building by laws. So that way it will be, you can have a system for this, what you call, these people are community compliances, that. So that is one, what you call, the feedback I like to share, to give with this Mr. Prakash Sharma. So with that, I enjoyed the session very fully. And I again congratulate all the presenters, those who asked the questions, very relevant questions. And it's an interesting session, very stimulating. And I congratulate all the presenters again. And let's keep this, what you call, this research approach and this kind of the picking of the practical issues in the engineering and the infrastructure development continuing. With that, I end up the comment, and it's back to I think this co-chair Dr. Dungana. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suri sir. Thank you all the presenters. Now we are ending our first technical session. So we'll be coming back after 15 minutes, short tea break. Thank you, everyone. And all the presenters are to be ready for the next session. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, Professor Gary. Good morning, Professor Gary. Hello, Professor Gary. Professor Gary Blair. Professor Gary. Professor, recording.
Hiya, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome
Can you
to.
hear me all right?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. But we have break for 10
That's
minutes.
good.
After that, we'll start with your session. So do you have any problem?
Okay, do you say that again?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you wait for 10 minutes? We'll just welcome after 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, yeah. Do you want a
Okay.
copy of my slides, or am I going to just present from here?
Yes, yes, we will give you. After 10 minutes, we will welcome you and we'll give you the keynote. You can take from there.
All right, no worries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh dear. This is going to be fun. See you later.
Hello. So we'll meet after 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you so much.
See you later.
Hello. 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 So, so in the second lesson, we have He is an experience of what he said. He completed let's Dr. Gary, you can start. Sir, we have made you co-host. Now you can start your presentation.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. We can
Hello?
hear you, sir.
Okay. You see the screen?
Yes, sir. We are seeing your screen, sir.
That's good. Okay, well, hello everyone. I'm Dr. Gary Blair, and I'll do my presentation. And fortunately, I think this is about 21 slides, so I'm in keeping with the last chap's guideline. It won't be too long. So what I'm going to do today is give you the keynote, and let's move on. That's me. You seeing that okay, guys? Yeah? Is that okay?
It would be great
Hello?
if you could full the screen.
Okay. Ooh. Is that better? You see that? Is that better?
We have a screen, but still it's not full. Can you make it more full?
Yeah, let me play the presentation. One sec. How's that?
That's much better, sir.
That's better. Okay, we take it from there. Okay, I'm Dr. Gary Blair. I'm going to talk to you. Well, welcome. It's very sunny in England, and I'm a bit earlier than you, but never mind. I hope you're having a great conference. I caught a little bit of the last speaker, so that's excellent. And thank you very much for letting me present. There's my details. I was a systems manager, an IT systems manager for a pension fund for a long time. Took my PhD. My PhD was in managing IT projects, and I teach systems and project management at the Manchester Metropolitan University Business School. That's what I do at the moment. I'm a regular speaker. The way I introduce myself to you, I suppose, I'm a regular speaker for the International Academic Association of Researchers. I do some speaking for them. Okay, so what I'm taking is really quite a general view. So I'm stepping back, looking at the big picture. My research is about technology and the environment. Try and put together a framework from the literature. This is an area I've researched with several of my colleagues and currently researching with a PhD candidate. And the idea is we're having a look at the way technology and the environment fit together. It's not always a good fit. In the past, technology has meant destroying the environment. It's meant burning fossil fuel. It's meant pollution. It's meant all sorts of problems that have caused us to be in the state we are, where we're actually worried about the planet now. So my premise, if you like, the premise that informs this is that funding and use of technology is not neutral, so that although technical tools are neutral in themselves because you can use them any way you like, but the way we use technology and the technology that we fund and really put money and effort into is not neutral. We have an interest. There are lots of different economic and social interests in respect of what we do in terms of technology. There's a kind of general definition. I'm actually teach technology management, so that's really the perspective that I'm coming from. Technology is a broad concept referring to the application of available knowledge and skills to create and use materials, processes, and products. And it refers to methods, systems, and devices which are the result of scientific knowledge being used for practical purposes. So two very kind of practical definitions. They are the technical tools that we use. They could be engineering, they could be concerned with software and IT, they could be concerned with any kind of artifact that we use instead of manual effort, anything that helps us do the job, whatever that job is. Okay. I use several references throughout this, and what I plan to do is put together a paper for you, which will have the full references in. But most of my references come from the International Journal of Project Management, the European Journal of Information Systems, Harvard Business Review. Okay. So start at the beginning. How can we use technology to help the environment, and what kind of framework do we consider, conceptual framework, to help this objective? So I put this together at the global level. We look at power, which is how we actually power society and technology. We look at innovation. How can technology help us to innovate in terms of the environment? How can we save power? How can we actually preserve the environment and look for alternative ways of doing things where we're actually destroying the environment? Regulation, because that's important as well, where governments regulate and get together and regulate. You think about emissions agreements, Kyoto, there's a forthcoming United Nations conference on sustainability, which is going to be in the UK in Glasgow this year. And recycling as well. How do we actually use what we use better? How do we try and use it again, recycle it in terms of some of our materials? The plastics is one big one. How can we invent something that will not be single use, so that we're not destroying our planet and creating products which we can't actually get rid of? Okay, so this is Leitinen and Newman, European Journal of Information Systems. They took a standard change model, and I've adapted it a bit more to show how technology relates to change, if you like. So technology, you've got standards and resources there. You've got different technical tools within the context of an environment. You've got the task. That's the job you're trying to achieve. In doing that job, whatever that is, if you're building something, you're creating something, you're making a contribution to knowledge because you're learning from it. You're looking at the way that impacts on society. You've got outputs, whatever they are. It could be a created building or a machine, and you've got waste coming out of that as well. We've got the organization side. How do we organize ourselves? Today, we're looking at virtual organizations because we can't physically connect. Today's conference is a classic example how we're connecting people, we're connecting teams and achieving something, in this case, an academic conference, in a virtual manner. And lots of businesses have had to do that, whatever kind of business they are. Agile techniques as well. So we're using a more of a prototype approach to things where we're actually more flexible than the standard planning approach. And you've got the tensions in there as well. Freedom of information, that you've got, you're allowed to actually freely exchange information. And you've got the kind of contrast, which is I have rights, that I can protect my data, I can protect what is mine. So you've got that tension between the two, always evident on something like social media, Facebook and Google, all fighting arguments over that. Culture, the way we do things and the way we do things in different parts of the world, and look at power. How do we power what we're doing? Who has power together? And the people, well, people have need safety. The way they fit into society. A change model there, in that if we change something, then it changes the balance. So you can change what goes on. If you've got a disruptive change, you bring in a technology that changes everything, a new technique, new engineering or building technique, then you will have potentially a paradigm shift, which is where you change the prevailing set of knowledge and belief. You change what you believed before to a new level of knowledge because you've got this new innovation has come along. Or you have changes that reinforce what you've got. You just get better at doing what you can already do. This was, it looks at what way of taking knowledge and embedding you can is kind of embodied jobs, systems that will retain knowledge. And you've got a whole set of a range of times quite you've got cool way you do things, believe values, how how do we make up?
Sir, your sound is getting disrupted.
Not destroy knowledge. Sir?
Sir, your sound
okay?
is getting disrupted.
You've got embedded knowledge. Say that again. Sorry, say that again.
Your sound is getting disrupted. But now it seems to be okay.
Okay. So you've got embedded knowledge. So the processes have embedded knowledge. I think the internet is a bit shaky here. We've got and you've got some kind of infrastructure which enables you to support knowledge, and that was a piece of action research. So you've got you need to retain knowledge. You've also got big data, which is where you can have unstructured knowledge coming in from social media, for example, and you're trying to put knowledge together in an organized way. So you have it from traditional data processing systems, and you bring in knowledge from unstructured areas like tweets and Instagram and so on, and you're trying to put together a knowledge base that helps you understand something. So you're trying to process data in a way that informs your decisions. So whatever system of control you've got, you need to have some kind of way of retaining knowledge and gathering knowledge. Again, this is International Journal of Project Management. You're looking at an ecosystem, which is a system, a culture that allows you to be supportive. What are the needs of the kind of new society we'd head for? Where would we go with this? Well, the one thing you need is trust. You've got to trust your institutions. You've got to trust where your sources of information are. So you need consumer protection. People need to have the ability to gather wealth privately or knowledge privately and retain that and protect it. You need to have e-signatures because you're not going to, otherwise you're going to sign everything on paper. So that will be a better way of doing things. You've got security there, and you've got to have protection as well for the consumer, because if you're using something, you want to be sure you're okay. So you can set up a regulatory environment which allows you to be safe in your transactions. Blockchain technology, which is obviously started out, can help this. For example, smart contracts coming into lots of areas now, where you've actually got triggers in the contracts that allow you to, when a contract is fulfilled, makes the payments, makes the movements of goods, makes the transfer of knowledge complete. So you've got automation there. So you've got a higher level of trust. Okay. Move on. Projects in the ecosystem economy. This was I think it was the Harvard Business Review, what you're looking at, new types of projects are created through a new economy where you've got a sharing economy. It's very, very much more focused on partnering. So you've got creation of value through collaboration. You work together with people to create something, a building or some engineering feat or engineering artifact. So you've got different roles within that as well. You've got complementary products. The example they gave was Apple, who work with, for example, the iPhone, they work with the app providers in a very open way. So if you make an app for an iPhone, it's a very much a symbiotic process. It's a symbiosis being an area of mutual self-interest so that both partners are actually getting something out of that relationship. So that's what we want. We want these kind of partnerships not where we don't trust each other and we've got very strict contracts, but where we're working together for long-term good. Because if we don't trust each other, it's not going to be as great a collaboration. So we need these kind of partnerships in the new economy. Get rid of regulatory protections, just put the minimum in, and ideally use digital techniques to actually bring people together as well. So technology changes the way you can serve customers. Policies on power. This was Harvard Business Review looking at the US position, but these are alternatives in terms of power. You can broaden the portfolio of energy sources, set targets for renewable power. You've got better access to energy markets. So these are the kind of policies that can be adopted. Charge for carbon emissions. So we've actually got a carbon tax if people are polluting anywhere. The UK has that with the car tax. Your car tax is higher if you've got an older car that is less environmentally friendly. And there's regulation there as well. For example, the UK government has said from 2030, there will be no new petrol or diesel cars on the road. So they've set a definite limit. Your car is going to have to be alternative fuel, electric or hybrid. So regulation has cut potential for environmental damage there. Change to funding focus on clean energy research, so moving more to wind, solar and water. Use incentives rather than dictate practice. So you don't tell people what to do, you give them incentives to move in a direction, and sign up to the international agreements as well. Sign up to development and trade products. Okay, virtual teams is a big part of this as well, because you can connect people without going anywhere. You don't have to get on a plane, pollute anywhere. We can connect like we do now. You can have a virtual global team and use the best resources in every country to put together your projects. And this was, again, a look at how do we actually look at global companies? How do they do that? They use a number of sites to collaborate. They start small, couple of sites. Are you hearing me okay? You all right? Keep the organization stable. Have a lead site, so you've got somebody to make the decisions. This is a kind of roadmap of how to do it. Define what the project outcome is so that everybody understands what they're aiming at. Use resources on capability, not availability. So you pick the best sites for the job. Whoever's got the best engineers, whoever's got the best programmers, you go for that site. You ensure there's some knowledge overlap between the sites so that if you're making a plane, for example, this was one example that was looked at, then everything fits together. So you've got to understand what is happening at the next part of the process. Limit the number of subcontractors and partners so it's not too complex, and use several communications channels. Don't just send emails, don't just do video conferences or whatever. Back that up so that you've got some face-to-face, whether that's virtual or not, whether that's over web communication platforms, and also back that up with some with some hard copy, with some emails or documents. The cloud as well is a big thing. We can use the cloud, free ourselves of the hardware considerations, and use processing power from the big players, from Google, Amazon, IBM, and so on. The big cloud providers can give you computer power on tap, so you don't have to have a server that copes with your highest capacity. What you can do is just use the capacity you need, because the cloud provider will give you the service as though it were on tap, as though it were electricity or water. They will provide that service. So when you need peak power, they will actually charge you more, and you can access that power. You do not have to own a server that is copes with your maximum capacity, so that it's a saving for you, and you can just use power when you need it. So if at the certain times of the year you have a requirement for more users and more computer power, then the cloud provider will give it to you. Takes away that need for you to be an expert in an area you needn't necessarily want to cover. Okay, so there are various factors to get you there. Pull factors is how useful it is and how available you think it's going to be. Push factor is how much you're dissatisfied with your current arrangements. Obviously, there is a learning cost and a setup cost there to switch over. And the motivation comes from how much you think you can actually benefit from this, and how much others kind of, the envy effect, if you like, how much you think other people are benefiting from cloud provision. Okay, that was a Korean study. There we go. Triple bottom line, a lot of economic and a lot of kind of economic and environmental comments have come from this model. It's quite an old model. It's John Elkington, 1997, and it's considered flawed in many ways, but a lot of what we do now is kind of premised on that. The idea that companies shouldn't just be focused on profit. They should also think about people and being fair to people, and also the planet, looking after the planet for the next generation. So the idea is that businesses could be conducted, all business should be conducted not for the benefit of just a few people, but for everyone. So you've got to look at society, because if you're damaging the environment, you're not just damaging it for you, you're damaging it for all, everybody else as well. If you're destroying the ozone layer, if you're burning the forests up, if you're using up fossil fuel, you're actually taking away from the Earth's resource in some way. So that's the premise of this. So what is sustainable is where people, profit, and planet can all come together. So the bottom line should not be sometimes called the people, planet, profit, the triple bottom line. The bottom line should be, it's not just about profit. You should also consider fairness to people and what you're doing to the planet. The more long-term your view, the better. If your view is very short-term, my lifetime or my career, then that is quite short. You can be exploitative in that way, in the sense that I will exploit resources because I'm not going to have to pay the price down the line. But if you're thinking about your children or the next generation, then the more long-term your view, then the more environmentally friendly and social your viewpoint will be. Okay, I covered that. So as far as sustainability and recycling strategies are concerned, this is a recycle element. What you should look at is setting targets and incentives, including the personnel you want with the suitable skills. You manage stakeholders. You use sustainability as a key factor in projects, so you build that in. It's actually built in. Set sustainability policies and enforce. So if you say that you have an emissions level, if you say companies should not pollute, then you enforce those. And sustainability goes into project practice. So again, this is International Journal of Project Management and technical systems. So you have waste management systems, you have it built in to your engineering innovations that you are going to be sustainable. You are going to create that as a kind of byproduct of what you do. So where do we end up from here? Battilano and Co. Again, Harvard Business Review say we should look at a change to business objectives. We have new thinking. We have corporations balancing financial gain versus impact on society, and that should be the norm. Already, companies have corporate social responsibility policies, very much. Some of these are into public relations, so they are more about public relations than actually sustaining the environment. But but nonetheless, that's a start. The companies feel they have to be responsible, and there is bad publicity if they are found to be exploiting people or the environment, destroying the environment. Already that's happened with the supermarkets in Britain. They've been petitioned over use of plastic. Number of clothing companies where they've used outsourced clothing production to other countries where they're using minimum wage labor and potentially child labor. They've had bad publicity. People have walked away from their products. So it's having society actually consider that to be important. So what they're looking at is a kind of new dual organization where you look at both social and economic commitment. And a couple of examples were given so that you had organizations. One was a French organization which looked at getting long-term unemployed off the unemployed register and giving them some meaningful work, which was creating taking second-hand appliances like washing machines and so on, and actually repairing them and selling them. And what they found, of course, there's a conflict there, because the better they train the people, the more likely they were to go and get a long-term job somewhere else and get off the unemployment register. And you've got an American company, their job was to sell low price and high value in terms of nutrition, food, to students. Their financial and social objective coalesced, because the more of those they sell, the more the social objective they achieved in terms of actually selling these products to the students. So the financial and the social objectives were achieved at once. They were gaining finance from doing that. You got those two together. So you can have a tension like the long-term unemployed organization, or actually a kind of symbiosis where both work together. But either way, you have to set the organization up to accept that tension or work with that kind of partnership. So you've got social objectives and also economic objectives. You need both to sustain the firm and its objectives and keep it going. Okay, agile projects. This is agility is we're working more off prototypes as well. We've got a system of agile project management where we are creating prototypes, showing it to a customer or representative of a customer, and actually going back and reworking that prototype depending on the feedback. That's the way it works. So you've got a plan for a number of prototypes. That's your project management. So that's where that comes from. And that is, if you think about the way you set together a model for a bridge or an aircraft or any kind of major development, a road system, you will put a prototype together for a building. Our own business school had this. It was award-winning carbon neutral building. And we actually set up a competition where a number of prototypes were created, and we worked with the architects to actually go through a number of prototypes to create the final version. And this is a more flexible way. You can consider the environment better when you're getting that feedback to create those prototypes from the customer, and also informed from the environment. The information goes into helping your prototype. Okay, so where do we need to go from here? We need to create a strategy that actually has the environment in there. So when we're looking at this is my grid from one of my publications. What we've got is where technology is used to give competitive advantage, and you're very dependent on IT, which is the kind of top quadrant. You need to innovate all the time. This is the kind of the Apple of the Apple company, for example. They need to produce technology. Samsung, these people are producing technology and have to innovate all the time in order to keep their customers. But they've also got to consider the environment as well. So that's the idea is we bring the environment into that strategy decision. If you're on the support and maintain, you don't use IT for competitive advantage. For example, the financial organizations, fintech organizations who use IT systems to supply financial products, because financial products are what you're about, loans, mortgages, investments, bonds. That's what you're selling, but you're using technology to actually underpin that business. So the idea is you consider the environment as a third strand, not just how you use IT, not just how you leverage competitive advantage, but also how much do you actually harm the environment? How can we contribute towards that? Not just as a selling point, but as an actual strategy rationale, part of your reason for doing strategy. Okay. So how do we plan the future then? I mean, we've already had the pandemic, which has changed everything. Normally, planning is based on what we've done before, but we're now in an environment where it's difficult to plan. It's difficult to plan because we can't look back for help. We're in a new situation. We've already invested, and here's proof that technology is actually can actually be changed by society, because we developed a vaccine, a number of vaccines to cure the pandemic, to try and stop the pandemic spreading. So, and we've done that by concentrating our efforts and developing within a year what would normally take 3 to 5 years to do. And we've done that because it was so important to society to do that. It was transcended money. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about corporations making a lot of money out of it. It was focused on getting life back to normal and actually saving lives. So we can do that. We can concentrate on that. We can do things in lots of different ways when we choose to do it. So how do you look to the future? This was case studies of future strategy planning. Backcasting is what it's called. Look at the future, work out how to avoid it or make it happen, depending on whether you think it's desirable or not desirable. Look at contingency planning, crisis simulation, you know, have a look at what a crisis is and define how you'd respond to it. Forecasting as well, look at predictions in the future, look at horizon scanning, look for signals of change and how do we input them to our systems? How do we actually understand them and respond to them? Trend analysis as well, look for patterns of change already visible. So it's very much more, you know, can't necessarily rely on history to plan. We maybe we've got to kind of reinvent our ways of planning, take a more agile and virtual approach and consider the environment more. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks guys. That was me.
Thank you, Dr. Gary Blair.
Did you get that?
Your keynote speech.
Okay, was that all right? Thank you.
So we head into technical session 2. So without further delaying, I would like to introduce our session chair for the next session, Mr. Madhav Prasad Koirala, along with co-chair Dr. Gary Blair. He is along with us in Zoom, and co-chair Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi. So Dr. Madhav Prasad Koirala, also an associate professor of Pokhara University, did his PhD in civil engineering from Singhania University on topic risk in housing and real estate construction project study in Nepal. He is actively involved in his construction management professionals. His researches are focused mostly in construction practices, infrastructure construction, real estate projects, risk factors and practices. So along with him, our co-chairs would be Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi and Dr. Gary Blair. So I would like to give the floor to our co-chair, Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi, and sorry, our chair to Dr. Madhav Prasad Koirala.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. I would like my appreciation to this United College, the administration, the management committee, and particularly the principal of this college. Professor Dr. Keshav Datta Avasti. He called me and give us such an opportunity. I'm proud for being a chair of this session. I think due to my own problem, I cannot stay full session. Even I was wanting to involve or participating in this full session. So some terms I want to tell with you. This important conference, the latest innovation in sustainable engineering and technology management, is conducting here. And we are all civil engineering, particularly being a civil engineering, we have to link, as we discuss various participants in this sessions, the sustainability. Sustainability is consisting three factors: the society, whatever we practice in the society, it would be sustainable for sake of the society we do. And then our father or our generation have given a beautiful arc or footprint to us to exercise day-to-day works. This footprint we should not make decay. We have to improve it and to hand over to coming generation. Whatever this earth is there, we have to improve it and then hand over to them. And we have to improve our society economically sound. For economically, to sustain the economically, other factor also we have to consider. So that is a theme, I think. So all paper, if they give in that direction, it would be better. And when whatever construction, whatever infrastructure project we do as a civil engineer, all those all our various factors are there. As I told, the Keto Protocol, Rio Conference that we have to obey, and our local government, provincial government, and the federal government, whatever the bylaw, law, and policy are there, we have to obey that. We have to responsible to build the all infrastructure. Infrastructure, railway, highway, when it should be or economically viable. Society, social aspect also we should consider. And those doing these things, we have to concentrate on all your. These are all the common factors. Whatever poor and whatever the rich are there. These all we get this earth. We have to we have to in the infrastructure. So these are the main theme. I want to take more time for these things without being a delay. I want to my conduct this session. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Dr. Madhav Prasad Koirala for your kind delegating the power for informing to the presenters. So there are altogether 9 papers in this. So all 9 presenters, I would like to request to all 9 presenters to keep themselves ready to be present. So the first paper will be from Chandan Kumar Bhagat. The second paper will be the Vikas Bhatrai. The third presenter will be Ayush Bhatrai. The fourth will be Pratibha Neupane. The fifth will be Kesavraj Gyamwali. And the sixth will be Priyanka Thapa. Sixth will be Gokul Dev Joshi. Seventh will be Raju Arial. And the last will be with the Praveen Bastola. I think with this, now I pass this to chairperson for, or I would like to invite the first presenter on the title, The Challenges in the Implementation of the E-Government Service in Province 1, Nepal by Chandan Kumar Bhagat.
Sandeep, you can begin your presentation. We have made you co-host. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Okay. Namaste, everyone. I'm Chandan Bhagat from Mother Mandari Memorial, Urlabari. My topic is concerned to the digital governments. So my topic is related to the challenges of implementing e-governments in the context of province number 1. This is the outline of my study. The outline covers following units: introduction, problem statement, objective of the study, research methodology, data analysis and finding, summary, conclusion, and then references. Here in introduction, certain terms that are used to form digital governments are covered here. First, ICT. We all know this is the age of information. So ICT play a major role for today's world. And ICT is the major driver for today's world. In the other side, we can correlate with the term ICT and e-governments. ICT and e-governments are correlated with each other. Without the implementation of ICT, we cannot imagine digital governments or e-governments. So e-governments refers to the use of ICT to access government information, communicating with the government organization, delivery of public services to their citizens and business partners. The digital government or e-government can also help to transform traditional government by making it accessible, transparent, effective, and accountable. There is the research objective. The overall objective of my research is to identify major challenges in the implementation of e-government services in the context of province number 1, Nepal. Here is the methodology. These are the methodology research design that I have used for my research. For my research, I have used descriptive and analytical research design. Along with these statistical tests, including mean frequency analysis, chi-square testing, and Cronbach alpha testing have been used in the study. Chi-square testing is mainly used to identify the dependency between dependent and independent variable related to the challenges. Also, and then Cronbach alpha testing have been used to identify the reliability and reliability of my data. For this, Likert scale and close-ended questionnaire survey have been conducted. In the other side, in the methodology, Pearson correlation coefficient between different variables have been analyzed to find the dependency. There is the pictorial form of the descriptive analysis of data. Is a two-column, one-sided independent variable, which is age, gender, education, is compared with the dependent variable related to the e-government implementation, that is awareness, perception, and barriers. Descriptive analysis. Here, chi-square testing is majorly used to identify the dependency. For that, there is a hypothesis testing, S1 and S2. S1 that represents no significant difference between the perspective of male and female regarding the e-government awareness. Whereas hypothesis testing 2, S2, knowledge and attitudes towards e-government challenges. Major categories of challenges like human, technological, financial, legal, regulatory are positively related to the level of education and qualification. For that, I have set the significant level, that is 0.5, that is 5%. This is the some mathematical term that supports to calculate the chi-square testing. First, degree of freedom, tabular value of chi-square, and the formula to calculate chi-square test is the summation O minus E whole square upon E, where O is the observed values and E is the expected values, and is calculated using the following formula, that is row total, column total upon n, total number. Another formula that is used was R equals to CP, Pearson correlation coefficient, R, where CP cross product of the deviation score, variable X and Y, which is calculated by using formula X minus mean of X, Y minus mean of Y. And SSX, sum of square deviation scores of X, which is calculated by squaring X minus mean of X, and sum of a square of deviation scores Y, which is calculating Y minus mean of Y square. There is the data analysis and finding results. That is, in the case of awareness, frequency analysis tests have been done, and this chart shows the finding result. Here we can see in the chart that about 93% have think that e-government makes life easier, whereas 82.5 knows about the e-government. In the other side, 78% have used the service related to the e-government. And finally, 22.2% information thinks that there is sufficient information in the organization website. Is the implementation frequency analysis chart. Here we found that 100% of the respondents thinks that there is a huge need to implement e-governments or e-government services in the context of province number 1. And next chart shows 75% thinks that e-governments related projects can be successfully implemented by province number 1, whereas 78.8% thinks that traditional organizations should be changed for effective implementation of e-government, whereas approx 62% think that there is poor implementation of PPP concept regarding e-government implementation. There is the challenges frequency analysis test. The result shows that different categories of challenges with different percentage. That is, we found that human challenges.
You have only 3 minutes left.
Human challenges, infrastructure challenges, capital challenges, and their percentage, we can see that in the from the chart. Here we have critical success factor for effective implementation of e-government in the context of province number 1. Here, most crucial critical success factors, we found that ICT infrastructure, e-skill awareness, clear vision and strategy of the government, training. The formula, the finding, here the chi-square finding, we found that in every case of awareness, for different value of degree of freedom, P is found to be less than 0.5. That indicates that H1 is supported. The hypothesis H1 is supported. In the case of challenges, different types of challenges also shows from the chi-square testing, P is less than 0.5. Here the frequency analysis chart, in the case of awareness, we can say that overall 68.85, that is more than half of the population of the province number 1 were found to be aware. In the case of implementation, 100% of the respondents said yes regarding the need of implementation. The frequency analysis table, major challenges that were found were given in the percentage. We can see that prime barriers 80.9%, which indicates low per capita income, political issues, and corruption are the major challenges in the implementation of e-government. Resistance to change and COVID-19 also added the values of e-government implementation. Here the chi-square testing results, S1 supported, S2 supported. Data analysis finding correlation coefficient also found that the certain values of results 0.6 and 0.5, which also shows that their dependency of the variables. Conclusion, in the conclusion, it seems very much evident that the public of province 1 aware of government actions in the e-government action. Lots of major challenges and barriers for adoption of e-government in the context of province number 1. Prime barriers were found to be low per capita income, political issues, and corruption. COVID-19 also added the values of implementation of e-government. That is, in the case of, on the other side, most crucial critical success factors were found to be awareness, ICT infrastructure, e-skills, training. Recommendation, here is the some recommendation that is concluded from the results. E-government master plan, policies, strategies need to be modified. Provincial level, long-term e-government strategies should be implemented. Provincial and local level interoperability framework should be implemented.
Time's up.
Yes, thank you. References, these are the references that were kept inside last. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter. Do you have any question from audience to him?
No
question? Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, what is the suggestions to the policymakers from your research
My
finding?
suggestions to the policymakers that, first of all, we need to amendment or modify existing e-government master plan. Old policies, many policies are there which doesn't work properly. That policy should be amendment and modified. Another suggestion is that the research shows there are lots of challenges regarding human challenges, such as e-skills training. So government should run proper program to enhance the e-skills. And next suggestion is that the research also shows that next human challenges such as resistance to change by the government officials. So for that, to overcome this problem, the government should run proper change management programs so that old age employee can sustain the proper training and then implement it. Another, security and privacy policy should be implemented effectively so that e-government services can run properly.
Next presenter is recommendation system using collaborative filtering, movie recommendation. The person is Vikas Bhattarai. Please, Vikas Bhattarai.
Hello.
You have been made the co-host. You can now start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vikas Bhattarai, and I am from Pokhara. I completed my master's in computer engineering from NCIT Lalitpur and bachelor's from Gandaki College of Engineering and Sciences, Lamachor, Pokhara. Now, without losing any time, let's start. The topic for today's presentation is the recommendation system for movie recommendation.
Please share your screen with the PowerPoint on.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, please start the slides.
Okay. Here is the title on for today's conference: recommendation system using collaborative filtering algorithm for movie recommendation. This, as we all know, this is the era of internet, and nowadays, due to the rapid development of the internet, it is difficult for users to decide what to choose from a large number of datasets. As I'm talking about the field of the entertainment field, the recommendation system is able to provide some solutions to the users since few decades ago. The growth of the websites are rapid, and people like to save time, as we all know that. So, recommendation system have become the integral part of the information and online market. So nowadays, due to the rapid growth and the availability, people are in dilemma to choose from large data sets. So this is my literature review.
Please start the slides. So press F5 button to start the slides. Okay, it's okay.
This is the introduction part, and this is the literature review of my proposal. There are altogether 13 authors from which I try to do my research, and the main objectives of my research is to develop a model for user-based and item-based collaborative filtering, to calculate the similarities obtained from the developed model, and to analyze the similarities values for the developed model. This is the research methodology. First, we collect the data from the dataset, which is provided by us from the university, which is in America. The database name is the movie lens. Next, we process the data, and in model of collaborative filtering, we use two techniques: user-based collaborative filtering and item-based collaborative filtering. And lastly, we evaluate the result. So collaborative filtering is the process of filtering the information from the or patterns using technique of collaboration among multiple agents. As you can see in the figure, Mr. A has some preferences, and his preferences data are in the database. So system examines his preferences and recommend a certain movie or system to the Mr. A. There are two types of filtering I have used here: the user-based filtering and item-based filtering for the movie recommendation. The user-based filtering, here you can see the first, and in the first in the left side of the picture, the first and the last person like similar fruits. So system suggests the similar fruits for them. Similarly, in item base, we recommend in terms of item. So implementation, this is the implementation part. We collect the data. This is the first step to process is to collect data. Here the data set is downloaded from our website, which is grouplens.org, data sets movie lens. And the data were collected over various periods of time depending on the size of the set. There were more than 1 lakh data set, 943 users, and 1682 movies. And data sets are divided into two sets: training sets and test sets. The training set contains 80% of the ratings, and testing matrix contains 20% of the rating. So after building the user and item matrix, we do the following mathematics: the user similarity and item similarity. Similarities are calculated using ratings rated by both the users. Ratings are taken and similarities are calculated. We use the adjusted cosine similarities, which the formula is shown here. You can see where RUI is the particular rating of customer I and RUJ is the particular rating of customer J. The data output range from 0 to 1. This is the user based prediction. It gives the matrix for the user based prediction, and the next one gives the matrix for user based item based prediction. And lastly, we evaluate the result using the RMSE, root mean square error, for both user and item based, and we calculate the mean absolute error. We calculate the difference between user based and item based data. So this is my finding, which I have done through a Python programming code, and it is user based and item based RMSE difference. As we can see the difference in the blue color there graph, and this is user based and item based MAE difference. So the out of visualization, we got that from the calculation, item based, first part there is user based RMSE 3.12 something, and item base is 3.4, and second part user base is 2.9, item base is 3.2. So we can see the rating 3.4 is quite good, and second item base is quite. So from our visualization, we can use the item base in this scenario. So this is the calculation for train set and test set for RMSE and MAE, which we have done through the programming, and this is the result. So this is the item based technique, and we calculate for green and blue signals sign are for RMSE for user base and item base. It is a difference in the rating. As you can see, MAE difference between user base and item based technique. So from the above calculation, we can conclude that from the different results evaluated in the system, we conclude that user based technique perform well. So in this scenario, we can use the item based user based technique. So there are some limitations for my research also. There is data sparsity. It doesn't give the accurate data for the large data sets, and scalability, where when the data is very large, the reaction will be hampered and aggressive. There is no certainty for any consistency in the user opinion. User may give various opinion for one movie, and there is a ceiling attack. People may give biased rating also. So these are the references for my research. Altogether 13 references are there. And finally, I finished my presentation. Thank you. Any queries?
Any query do you have? My query is there. What is the sample and population, and what is the validity and reliability of your research?
Yes, actually, it is for the entertainment field, where people are people today are very attracted to the entertainment field. They like to watch movies, they like to buy something, so they don't have time. They go on the internet, they search for something. So if they get a particular rating for something, for a movie, suppose if they want to watch certain movie and they don't know how the movie is, so there is a rating for something, and we have calculated the rating. So he knows the rating for the movie. Suppose if the movie's name is X and it got some 2 rating from our calculation, and if the movie rating is Y and rating is 3, suppose movie name is Y and it got 3 ratings, so you certainly choose the movie with the 3 ratings, which shows that it is good. Y is better than X in terms of movie. Further question? Excuse me, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, sir. Excuse me.
Okay. The next presentation is based on MRI-based brain tumor segmentation using conventional neural networks by MS Parthiba Nepane. Please, Parthiba Nepane.
तिमीलाई बोलाएको छ त गएनौ जुममा तिमीलाई बोलाएको छ कि यहाँ कुरिरहेको
Bharat sir, are you presenting on behalf of our? You are also the co-author, I think. I guess.
छैन भरत होइन प्रतिभा नेउपाने भरत सर
Yes, sir.
Are you going to present
No, I
it?
am not going to present, sir. I asked her.
So, can we proceed for the next?
Yes, we can proceed for the next, sir. I will be in touch with her.
Okay. Keshav Gawali, sir.
Yes, I am here and I can present if you allow me.
Okay, now the next presenter will be the impact of mobile and internet subscription on revenue of telecom service operation of Nepal. Keshavraj Gyawali. Mr. Keshavraj Gyawali.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure I'm audible to all of you. Okay, I think I'm audible. So good afternoon. I'm Keshavraj Gyawali. Let me share my screen. So I believe that you are watching my screen. So good afternoon, everyone. Respected session chair, Dr. Prem Narayan Aryal, special guest, Dr. Acharya, guest and organizing committee. I'm Keshav Gyawali. I'm a graduate in science, engineer in telecom. I completed business studies masters from the TU and MPhil from the Department Management. I'm 22 years experience in telecom business and engineering, and 5 years in research and 7 years in academics. So thank you, the United Technical College, and thank you, my gurus, Dr. Devi Bidari, Dean of Kusum, Dr. Bishu Paudel, the economist, Mr. Anuraj Khanal, Director of NTA. And I would like to thank Dr. Anjay Mishra also for providing me the link and the information about this conference. So I'm happy to be part of this. So my topic, I have already mentioned, this is the impact of mobile and internet subscription on the revenue of telecom operators in Nepal. We can see that in last 15-20 years, there is a tremendous growth in the mobile subscription, not only in Nepal, this is the global trend. And in last 5 to 10 years, 5-6 years, there is a tremendous growth in internet subscriptions. That means that number of telecom subscribers and the internet subscribers are growing. If we see this growth have been achieved from 0% to 126% in last 13 years. And the internet subscriptions has increased from 0% to 80% in almost 5-6 years. So this is the overall report shown by the Management Information System of Nepal Telecommunication Authority, which is the regularity authority of Nepal. So in between, the technology has developed in the internet so that the new internet applications has come that are replacing the voice telephony technology. This is the blessing of the voice over internet protocol and the over-the-top services of telecom, so which has replaced the telephony services and the revenue through the applications like there are Skype, there is Viber, there is WhatsApp, Messenger, a lot of things are there. They are complementing the voice telephony service of telecom operators, and they are replacing, or they are not adding revenue to the telecom operators. So this has a great impact on revenue of telecommunications service operators in domestic front as well as from the international call. We have to be vigilant here that in Nepal, in the telecom operators like Ncell and NTC, in overall revenue, more than 30%, 1/3 of the revenue is from the international incoming call. Due to the advent in the internet and these protocols, the internet and VoIP technology, the international incoming calls revenue has got declined a lot. So in this scenario, the central question is, and the telecom operators are implementing the 3G and 4G network services all over the country in last 2 to 3 years. Recently, Nepal Telecom has also completed 4G telephone network all over the Nepal. The question is, does these services, does this network, does this investment is going to supplement the revenue that was collected through the voice telephony, or does this investment on telecom infrastructure and the services is going to complement on the revenue what the operators are getting on? This is the central question. So the objective of this research, my research, is to identify if you are getting the mobile subscriptions, are you adding on revenue? Or if you are getting the internet subscription, are you getting on revenue? And if getting on revenue, then what is happening to the tax? We should not forget on the government side. The government side is that in telecom, at least there is almost 30%, more than 30% tax is there. And 100 billion revenue is there from the telecom sector. Out of 100 billion, government is getting 30 billion directly from the tax itself. If we see in the revenue sector, the most the revenue giving side is the fuel or energy sector, where the government is getting a lot of revenue from the petroleum or the energy. And from next is the direct revenue is from the telecom operations. So is government is going to get the revenue consistently or not? That is also the central question. So the objective is to find the impact of the internet subscriptions and the mobile subscriptions on the revenue of the telecom operators as well as to the government. So this paper analyzed the panel data of the mobile and internet subscription from 2003 to 2020 for 17 years. And these subscription has been regressed with the revenue. So the internet and telecom mobile subscriptions has been, this data has been taken from the Management Information Report published by Nepal Telecom Authority from 2003 up to 2020. The 17 years data has been extracted. And the same amount of data has been taken in terms of GDP. All the revenue taken away by the telecom operators are reflected in the revenue of the Nepal government in the account of the composite revenue account of the transport, storage, and the communications. So the revenue coming from the transport sector, storage sector, and the communication sector are accumulated in the one account. So this is reflected in the report of economic survey report published by the Ministry of Finance. So this is the data that I have taken. The tool that have been used for the analysis is Stata, and the research variables, the models has passed the test of a multicollinearity, the heteroscedasticity, and the autocorrelation. The simple framework is there is a mobile subscription, there is internet subscription. Is it going to contribute on the GDP? And the methodology of the model that I have taken is the estimate of GDP from the transportation, service, and the storage and the communication growth rate is dependent on the teledensity of the mobile subscription and teledensity of the internet subscription. So this is the model. So this is the data from the 2003. The population of the country was 23.2 million. And now the country's population is 30.1 million. So there is a growth of the almost, we can say 77 million in population. And mobile subscription in 2003, it was 88,000 only. Now this is 38 million. And internet subscription earlier, it shows the round figure, this 30,000. This subscription exactly at that time was the 6,000. So it was assumed at that time that the internet subscription is only made in home. So there are 5 members in a family. So 6,000 into 5 is 30,000. So this was the logic. It has been mentioned in the report itself. So now the internet subscription has reached to 24 million from 30,000 in 2003 to 24 million in 2020. So GDP at that time, it was this much, 72 and 828 million rupees, and now this is 374 and 512 million rupees GDP in Nepali rupees. So the source of data is the CBS, the NTA, and the Economic Survey of Ministry of Finance. So the growth rate has been computed from the data from year 1 up to the year 17. So based on the data on table.
Sir, your 7 minute has been completed, sir.
No problem, sir. So this is the data. I have analyzed the trend analysis of the data, the growth rate of the mobile subscription, internet subscription, and the GDP. So this is from the 2003 to here. So from 2008 onwards, the mobile subscription has been on growth, and internet subscription is on growth from 2011 onwards only. So the sector's revenue is something linear, not that much dependent on this. And growth rate trend analysis has been carried out from 2004 up to the 2020. So we can see the growth rate of these things. So from 2008 onwards, we can see that internet and mobile tele-density growth rate is around 10%, whereas the GDP is found declining. So this means that the revenue is not going up, but the subscription is going high. This is the question. So this is the result. So this is the test of autocorrelation. Darwin-Watson test has been conducted, and the score found was 2.51. And as per the limitation, it passed the test because the lower limit is 0.779 and upper limit is 0.1.9, and the calculated value is greater than the tabulated value. So this passed the test. And the test of heteroscedasticity, this has passed. So the value as per the Gleiser rule, all values are above the this 0.5%. So this passes the heteroscedasticity passed, and one more is n into r square value, also this pass. So there is no heteroscedasticity issue. So one more is there is no multicollinearity issue among the variables. So the value of condition index has been obtained as 1.01. So as per the thumb rule, if this is less than 10, this pass. This has been mentioned on econometrics by Gujarati. So the regression has been conducted as per the model. So the equation has been obtained like this. So these are the beta values. These are the beta values on mobile density. These are the coefficient of data, 1.36 on tele-density mobile and minus 2.739 on the tele-density of internet subscriptions. So the equations comes out is like this. So tele-density of mobile subscription positively contributes on GDP, where the tele-density of internet growth negatively contributes on GDP. So this is the relation that I have found from this relation. So my conclusion is that from the trend analysis, what we can find is the annual growth rate of mobile tele-density and internet tele-density in last decade, 2008 onwards, has seen significant growth in Nepal. Although the macroeconomic indicators during the period remain not so encouraging due to the fuzzy business environment of the country, like blockade are there, natural disaster, earthquake, or telecom sector. But the mobile and internet subscription has achieved the considerable growth in this last decade. And this research found that 1% growth in tele-density has a positive impact on GDP by 1.36 to 7%, while the 1% growth in tele-density has a negative growth on GDP by 2.739%. So if the telecom operators are increasing their internet subscribers, their revenue is going to decline. This is the finding that my research has done it. The increasing growth of internet density in the country and its negative contribution on GDP has posed the challenges to telecom operators as well as to the government on revenue collection. So as per the discussion, what I have found is as per the fourth quarter unaudited financial results of fiscal year, this is 2000.
Sir, your time is over, sir.
Sir, can I get 1 minute? This is last slide almost.
Okay, sir.
So 76, Nepal Telecom shows that there is a 19% year-on drop on quarterly revenue and 3% decline in yearly net profit. And company's revenues has declined from 41.49 billion to 43.83 billion. This is minus 5.3%. And company says the reason is COVID-19 pandemic and the popularity use of OTT apps, like I have mentioned, Viber apps. As per the ANSELS, their revenue in last 9 months has declined from 41 billion to 31 billion. There is a decline in 10%, 10 billion rupees. And compared to last year, they had observed a revenue decline in 3.5 billion rupees. The company also mentioned the COVID-19 impact and the consumer behaviors to use OTT services as a major research. This shows that the internet subscriptions that enables consumers to use the OTT services like WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook, and messengers, they are negatively contribute to the revenue, and this has been proved by these revenues also. So these findings are so even greater impact on revenue of telecom operators than the research findings of both operators. These results are high because the results of the regression are the decade implications. So implications are there, so that can be discussed. So I will directly go through the question answer session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. You have taken a lot of time, and there is no time for the question answer, so I will skip the question answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is presentation is assessment of impact of COVID-19 lockdown on Nepal's construction sector based on selected construction project by Priyanka Thapa, MS Priyanka Thapa.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, can I share the screen?
Yes, you can share the screen now.
Is it visible?
It's still not visible.
So,
now we can see your screen.
Namaste everyone, my name is Priyanka Thapa, and the topic of my presentation is assessment of impact of COVID-19 lockdown on Nepal's construction sector based on selected construction projects. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
And can you see my screen?
Yes, we are seeing your screen too. It's good.
Okay.
Good to go.
Okay, so can I get into the presentation?
Please proceed.
Okay, namaste to everyone. My name is Priyanka Thapa, and then topic of my presentation is assessment of impact of COVID-19 lockdown on Nepal's construction sector based on selected construction projects. So as we all know that coronavirus disease, as declared by WHO, is a global pandemic, and it caused severe impacts in almost all aspects of everyone's life. So every country had their own response mechanism to the pandemic. So in response to the pandemic, Nepal government announced country-wise lockdown from 24th March 2020, and it ended on 21st July 2020. So every sector was affected by the pandemic, and then construction sector was not immune to it. Government of due to the lockdown, government of Nepal essentially banned all the movements of citizens, and then all the borders were shut. All the import export activity came to the halt, with the exception of food, fuel, medical supplies, and few other essentials. And then construction project was also hugely impacted by it. So the main problem was that the global spread of coronavirus disease caused unprecedented delays, disruption, and uncertainty on construction projects. So there was an issue of travel restrictions, social distancing, and implementation of health and safety provisions on the site as recommended by government authorities. So the main objectives of my research were to assess the impact on supply demand trend analysis on material, manpower and equipment due to COVID-19 lockdown. Second objective was to assess the cost and time impact of COVID-19 lockdown on construction projects. And the third objective was to find the contractual issues and claims associated with COVID-19 lockdown. I want to clarify one thing was this research was done on August 2020, where the impact of COVID was still ongoing and it is still ongoing. So it was based on the real-time data. So talking about the significance of this research, I hope this research will give the stakeholder insights about supply chain demand analysis, as well as optimum utilization of material and resources in the similar future situation, as well as it gives insights about the contractor issues and claims associated with COVID-19. And regarding the limitation of the research was based on the case study of selected construction project. So the outcomes cannot be generalized. Also, the impact of COVID-19 was interpreted from the claim documents, which are purely contractor's perspective. So the value of the amount might get rejected, accepted, or might be changed depending on the circumstances. Also, the research was based on the real-time data. So the value may vary with the conditions. So regarding literature review, these literatures were studied in detail. Now going into the framework of research, for the first objective, that is to assess the impact on supply demand trend analysis of material, manpower and equipment due to COVID-19 lockdown, data collection method followed was literature reviews and questionnaire survey. And for the second and third objective, to assess the cost and time impact, as well as to find the contractual issues and claims, literature reviews was done, questionnaire survey was done, and the case study of selected construction projects were done. Also, the claim documents of those projects were studied in detail and conclusions were drawn from it. So this is the research methodology flowchart. So basically two methods were followed. One was case study and another was questionnaire survey. For case study, 5 construction projects which were impacted by COVID-19 were taken into account. Then the 5 projects were, one was construction of Gorkha Hospital. Next was upgrading improvement of Dharan, Chatara, Gaighat, Sinduli, Hetauda Road. Third was Melamchi Water Supply Development Board, Package 1 Headworks. Fourth was Melamchi Water Supply Development Board, Package 2 Tunnel Works. And the fifth was Steel Structure Building Construction of Horse Production and Processing Corporation Limited. And for questionnaire survey, the responsible persons from those projects were taken into account. The total population was 46, out of which, using Slovin's formula, 39 was the sample, and out of which 96% responded. So 37 responded. So this shows the population sample and the response rate. For regarding data collection procedures, case study of 5 projects which were impacted by COVID-19 was taken into account, where basic brief introduction of project was studied, type of client, project duration, contract amount, project status, and impact of COVID on that project was studied. And regarding questionnaire survey was divided into 3 parts. First part was included general information. For part B, variables were found out and different statements were defined, and it was given to the respondents, and based on their response, it was scaled on Likert scale. And third was opinion questions. So the results obtained from case study was, like, for Gorkha Hospital, it is a public project, and the project duration was 430 days. Contract amount was 418,309,650 without VAT. So talking about the impact of COVID on this project, the contractor requested extension of time of 135 days due to COVID on this project, as well as contractor claimed additional cost of 27,549,544
Nepalese rupees due to COVID on Gorkha Hospital. Also, based on the total claim amount, it was divided into based on total claim amount, percentage wastage was given to the different factors of the project, like manpower cost, extended overhead cost, material at site, equipment cost, and for Gorkha Hospital, impact of COVID based on the claim amount regarding different factors is as shown in the presentation slide. Similarly, for the next project of Dharan, Satara, Gaighat, Kotari, Sinduli, Hetora Road, this is the project of 36 months, which has a contract value of 7,369,984,218 Nepalese rupees. The impact of COVID on this project was contractor requested EOT of 68 days due to COVID on this project, which is tabulated and as shown in the presentation slide. Similarly, for the third project of SPPCL house building, which is a project of 38 million and project duration of 240 days. The contractor claimed additional cost of 1,131,000 due to COVID on this project. Likewise, the cost breakdown of based on total claim amount with respect to different factors.
You have only 3 minutes. Please complete
Okay.
it.
So cost breakdown was done likewise. Similarly, for Melamchi project, also contractor claimed for the additional cost of 29 million. Similarly, for Melamchi project package 2, contractor claimed for additional cost of 18 million. Similarly, cost breakdown was done into the different factors for Melamchi package 1 and package 2 projects. Also, for the overall project-wise variation in cost due to COVID was done. So in this chart, you can see like with respect to the total project cost, the amount the contractor claimed due to COVID percentage is taken, and this is as follows. Similarly, percentage impact on material on different projects due to COVID-19 based on the claim amount is as follows. Similarly, percentage variation on equipment. Similarly, percentage impact on material on different projects is as in the chart. Similarly, percentage impact on extended overhead cost. Now the results from the questionnaire survey. Questionnaire survey was done to the client, consultant, and contractor, and the weighted average was taken out. Out of the weighted average, ranking was done. So 9 statements were provided for the objective 1. And the statement that stood the first is COVID-19 lockdown caused serious impact on supply chain disruption. These were the 9 statements. Similarly, for objective 2, 11 statements were provided to find the cost and time impact. And likewise, the weighted average and ranking was done. So these are the 11 statements. Similarly, for objective 3 also, 8 statements were provided, and the ranking was done based on the weighted average of client, consultant, and contractor. And this is the ranking, and these are the statements. Also, regarding contractual issues and claims associated with COVID-19 lockdown, the contractual issues that the contractor raised to the employer on the claim document were whether COVID is a force majeure event, whether lockdown ordered by government of Nepal is change of law, or is contractor entitled for additional cost as a result of delay and disruption, or additional health measures that are to be implemented. So these were the results from the questionnaire survey. So now coming into the conclusion, based on the case study and questionnaire survey, it can be concluded that COVID-19 caused serious impact on supply chain disruption. Since
please conclude it fast.
Okay. This impact actually differs from project to project. For Melamchi project, it was difficult due to custom clearance. For SPPCL building, it was difficult due to shortage of materials. Likewise, regarding cost and time impact, it also differs due to project wise. Similarly, for contractual issues and claims, it was concluded that contractual disputes are likely to increase. Time extension clause would not cover up for the additional cost that contractor had to bear. On the other hand, it would give the contractor opportunity to cover up their fault. that is to cover up their poor planning and management. So recommendation would be government should prepare guidelines to deal with situation uniformly. Extension of time claim is more straightforward, but however, it does not cover the additional cost that the contractor has to bear. Also, adapting digital technology for remote working and implementing mechanized means of construction could be the new method to address construction related issues in the future. Also, the PPMO documents should be revised so that it can address for such type of pandemic, because in Nepal, only Infectious Disease Act 2020, 1964 addresses for this kind of situation, but PPMO documents should be revised. So then the future researcher can study the impact from occupational health.
Already over time.
Okay, thank you. This was the question, huh? And this is the reference, and thank you.
Question, please. Just one or two questions.
Thank you, Priyanka, for your nice presentations and for your Sunya, is it audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka, for your nice presentation and research on contemporary issues related to impact of COVID-19. But my one query is that you have taken different dimensions, that is hospital related, Melamchi project and other project. How you select different dimension of the project, and have you compared about this project, which project has been least affected by the COVID-19? What are the strategy behind this? Can you highlight it?
Yes, actually there was in the presentation. Regarding the selection of project, I have already mentioned in my limitation that I selected project based on my approach, because you cannot get the claim document. It is not easy to get the claim document, so it was clearly stated in the limitations. So what was your next second question, sir?
These different projects.
Yes, they actually I was going trying to discuss on for example, for cost and time impact, like for large scale project, time was not main cost was on like manpower, extended overhead cost, project management cost. But for small project like SPPCL building, the main impact was on the material. So it differs on the nature and the scale of the project. How project management is done, how overhead is managed, and everything. Hello, is it understood?
Much for your presentation. Now, please, next presentation is on possibility of rooftop rainwater harvesting, a case study of Kathmandu Valley by Gokuldev Joshi.
Thank you, sir.
Gokuldev Joshi.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible? Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Now the next paper is possibility of, yeah, okay.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, respected professors, and all the presenters. It's me, Gokuldev Joshi, presenting my research work on possibility of rooftop rainwater harvesting. It's a case study of Kathmandu Valley. As the presentation outline will be in the similar way shown here. As we know that most of the communities or civilization resides by river or
with a few of the ponds or lakes around them, shows what is the necessity of water to the society or community or individual. So today I am going to discuss about rainwater harvesting, which is simply a technique for collecting and storing the rainwater for our daily usage, which offers an ideal solution for catching the sufficient rainfall, which we cannot or we are not able to get from the ground sources. So it is one of the most widely used, it is mostly widely used in most of the rural areas of Nepal. Knowingly or unknowingly, the term of rainwater harvesting, they are just collecting the rainwater and are using it for their daily usage. So non-technical and unsystematic rainwater harvesting has been done in ancient periods and is in still practice in most of the places in Nepal. The rainwater harvesting can be a source of fulfillment of the demand of the water, which can be used for different purposes. Extraction of groundwater and proofing of the open ground proofing of the open ground for water table recharges are the challenges for rapidly growing and populated cities of Nepal. Scarcity and accelerating demand of the water can be reduced by rainwater harvesting in Nepal. So we have been hearing most of the cases of urban flooding in case of Kathmandu valleys in frequent news during rainy seasons also. So collecting and making a way out to the rainwater could be a solution, or in other words, rainwater harvesting could be a relieving way to minimize the urban flooding too. So the rainwater harvesting can also be used as a emergency source during droughts or any other emergencies. For rainwater harvesting, it is a simple technique in which we have a catchment surface or catchment area like roofs, basically talking about the household purposes or domestic purposes. It have catchment surfaces. Then we have first floors. Then we collect the rainwater into the storage tanks, which is then delivered to the supply system through pipes and fittings. Mainly, the design steps of the systematic rainwater harvesting includes rainfall data analysis. For rainwater harvesting, we have to analyze the rainfall data for previous 10 or 20 years. Then we have to forecast the demand. What is the demand of the water for the usage? Then we have to, according to the demand and the availability of the rainfall, the storage tanks are designed, and based on the these data, design of the gutters or the pipelines, collection pipelines are designed. Then a suitable filtration technique or filtration system is to be mentioned for either for drinking purpose or any other domestic purposes. Then overall system is taken into the cost estimate for financial aspect, and finally basic concepts or basic knowledge on the repair and maintenance of the rainwater harvesting is to be made or given to the users for its appropriate use. So the main objective of the research is to know, are people willing to make the system possible for their daily usage, or or are they going to collect the water the way they have been collecting previously for their daily usage. And other other objective is to know the potential of rooftop rainwater harvesting system. What is the potential within any of the urban cities? Basically, I'm talking about Kathmandu Valley. So, and then the other objective will be the comparison of the rainwater harvesting system with or without it. So, how much the rainwater harvesting system has contributed in fulfilling the demand of the water for the people of the Kathmandu Valley. These two will be the major objectives of this research. The methodology contains study area. So the topic is a case study of Kathmandu Valley. So mainly 3 locations: Kathmandu metropolitan city, Lalitpur, and then Madhepur Thimi municipality have been selected for the study area. And the data collection is done by questionnaire survey, field visits, case study, user interview, in which a random sampling has been done for 3 of these municipalities for collection of the data. And data analysis is done based on the open or closed-ended question information collected, and they are tabulated and analyzed. Supply and demand calculations were done for comparison of demand reduction with and without rainwater harvesting. So from the samples and questionnaires or the the results were obtained, and this shows that rainwater users of Kathmandu metropolitan cities uses 40% of the Kathmandu metropolitan city uses rainwater, but they are not using the term rainwater harvesting. It's not the modern or systematic rainwater harvesting. They are just collecting the rainwater and collecting it into the wells they have previously made in their house premises. They are collecting it using for their daily domestic usage rather, and none of the people are using it for drinking purposes. So 40% are using rainwater, and 60% do not use rainwater for their daily purpose. Similarly, in case of Lalitpur, 40% do not use rainwater, and 60% of the people uses rainwater. Similarly, in case of Madhepur Thimi, 66% do not use rainwater, while 34% uses rainwater for their domestic purposes. Looking towards the awareness of rainwater harvesting system,
we have only 3 minutes left.
26 of the 26 total number of it was the sample size was 50, so 26 people are aware about rainwater harvesting, while 24 are not aware about rainwater harvesting system. And in case of Lalitpur, 26 similar the result for Kathmandu metropolitan city, while in case of Thimi, 16% are aware about rainwater harvesting, while most of the people are not aware about rainwater harvesting system. And in case of Kathmandu Valley, 45 people are willing to have systematic rainwater harvesting system. Similarly, in case of Lalitpur and Madhepur Thimi, all of the people are willing to set up the rainwater modern or systematic rainwater harvesting in their houses. Looking towards the overall comparison of the 3 municipalities, most of the 60% of the population or sample size are using uses rainwater for their domestic uses. And similarly, in case of awareness, Lalitpur and Kathmandu have same volume of the population, and in case of Madhepur Thimi and Lalitpur, 100% people are willing to adopt the rainwater harvesting system. So in case of reduction or the comparison between the demand reduction with or without rainwater harvesting system, domestic supply is contributed by 24% on average is contributed to domestic demand reduction by rainwater harvesting system, while in case of institutional demand reduction, it is contributed to nearly about 24%. So it is concluded that people have adopted rainwater harvesting system knowingly or unknowingly for their benefits from rainwater. More formal advertisement and media involvement need to be made to spread out the benefits of rainwater harvesting system. If proper technology and support could be provided, people are willing to install rainwater harvesting system. Again, if it becomes affordable, people are willing, which existing rainwater harvesting system are not willing to use the collected water for drinking purpose. So suitable technology of filtration need to be suggested. Higher area coverage of roofs could increase the water collection, ultimately cutting off the water demand. One-time investment could reduce the daily investment water tankers in Kathmandu Valley. Direct contribution to the groundwater could be made through a groundwater recharge with the help of rainwater harvesting system. So these are the references I've used for my research. Thank you.
Please, any question? Thank you, Joshi, for your nice presentation. I will pass for any questions to the audience. Any question, please? Dr. Dungana is asking one question to
Yes,
you.
sir.
Please.
Please.
Thank you for your nice presentations. So how can it, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Joshi, for your nice presentations. And I would like to know about the interest that how it can be commercialized in large scales, and have you analyzed about the cost benefit analysis in this area?
Sir, for large scale investment, large scale rainwater harvesting system, the rainwater harvesting system actually needs more catchment area. So for industrializing or growing it in large scale, large catchment area is to be taken. So I only have taken the urban areas because it can be rather than industrializing it, it can rather be domesticated for daily uses. As we have seen in Kathmandu Valley also, most of the people are using rainwater within their house. They are not using for drinking purposes. But if appropriate filtration technology can be provided to them, they can use for whatever purpose they can use. Right now, I haven't made any benefit cost analysis for this research only. The research is mainly focused in, are people aware about the rainwater harvesting, or do they actually know how rainwater harvesting could be appropriate in case the government is not able to provide the drinking water facilities in highly urban cities of Nepal.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jose. Another question from my side to you.
Sir.
What was your sample size and how did you select the respondents?
Sir, the sample size was, the random sampling was done, but the sample size was quite small in comparison to the population of these 3 municipalities. 50 samples were collected. More could have been collected for the willingness, but for checking the, obtaining the third objective, the people using rainwater for their daily purposes was really low, so the sample size was reduced to 50 samples only, sir.
The too small to for 3 cities to journalize.
No. For each
I
municipality,
think you need
50 samples.
to study more about this for journalization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now the next presentation is on quality management practice on construction of Sun City apartments at Kathmandu. Raju Arial, Mr. Raju Arial.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Respected delegates, organizers, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to present the paper on quality management practice on construction of Sun City apartment at Kathmandu. This is the paper which I have prepared under the direct supervision of our Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra. I would like to thank him for his management on the return of this paper. This is the outline, introduction, research methodology,
resultant discussion, conclusion,
Rajji?
recommendation, and the references. As
Hello?
you know that Nepal is the capital.
Hello, Rajji?
As we know that Nepal, Kathmandu is the capital city of Nepal, and many people are migrating there for hello.
Please start the slide. So
Hello.
hello.
Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, but we cannot see your slide. So
Oh.
please press F5.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay.
You can start your presentation.
Thank you. All the people from the country are migrating to the capital city of Nepal, Kathmandu, in search of the opportunities. So due to the lack of land, there is no alternative to fulfill the demand just to growing up the high-rise building. So as you know that Nepal is the country that stands in the 11th rank of the world with respect to vulnerability to earthquake hazard. Hence, all the tall building must be designed to serve the need of the occupancy, structural safety, and the serviceability requirement. So that large population can be accommodated in the apartment. Now, is the quality construction plays a very important role in the development of the country. The construction material and the standard practice of workmen must follow the quality construction. Many of study reveal that poor construction sector is being viewed as one of the construction sector is being viewed as one of the poor quality is comparison to manufacturing and services sector, is there has been less emphasis on the quality for the construction sector. Now, to overcome this problem, the total quality management is essential, which create super quality product, which not only meet the demand, but also it provides satisfaction to the consumers. That is, if the customer is happy, your business will be prosper. The total quality management is operated through the quality system, that is ISO 8402, and it is related to quality control, quality assurance, quality policy, quality planning, and now the study of McIntyre and Christman, based on the sample of 1500 construction, concluded that in the Midwestern United States, a substantially economic growth or benefit has been attained through the implementation of total quality management. Now, Chan and Chan 2004 also set some performance which measures the quality of construction, combining traditional hard measure and softer subjective measures for end user satisfaction. Not only the building construction, not only the quality of building construction, but also the user in satisfaction. Now, in Nepal National Building Code and bylaws has regulated to provide the technological framework for regulating building activity, which could end up with the quality construction. Now, till date, there has been little research regarding the improvement of the high-rise building. So it is necessary that what is the management practice and what could be done to improve the quality construction in the apartment construction. Now, these are the research objective to analyze about the management practice, to find out the strength of completed structure, to access the strength of structure after 2015 earthquake, and to analyze the status of key performance indicator completed in the apartment building. For the now, this will be the scope. I have analyzed the study will be focused on analyze the quality control of the high-rise building, and only key performance indicator were chosen from the literature, which may be varying up to the end user satisfaction. These are the limitation, only focused on the structural part of the Sun City project, and it's the level of satisfaction depends upon experience, educational level, awareness level, income level, investment. So many other factors should be considered for the end user satisfaction, but some
only some indicators were considered in the study. This is the study area with the residential complex of 1,95,230 square feet with 514 dwelling units and 1 clubhouse. It has total the ground floor plus 16 with the 6 core apartment and 1 clubhouse having G plus 3 floors. Now, this is the research matrix. I have collected data based on the objectives which we have set up for the for this research. To find out the quality of material, we have collected the data of test result of ingredients which are used in the construction, that is cement, aggregate, brick, steel, and which were collected through the lab, Pulsuk lab, and it has compared with the design standard. Now, to determine the end quality of the apartment, we have used the elastic rebound, that is ischemic hammer test, and ultrasonic pulse velocity test, which we have obtained data from the Sun City official record, and we have compared it with the design standard. Now, after the 2015 earthquake, the ultrasonic pulse velocity result was carried out, and it was compared with the earthquake, and it was compared with the standard, so that we could conclude it is up to a safe point or not. Now, at the last objective, we analyzes the satisfaction level of resident using the key performance indicator and questionnaire survey, so that we could find out what is the performance of Sun City apartment based on the user satisfaction. Now, the result and discussion. In case of quality of agreement, the quality of cement was found greater than the standard. Now, I have presented here the comparison between two JP grade 43 grade and CBOM 43 grade, which both give the compressive strength of 44 Newton per mm square within the 28 days. Now, quality of aggregate. I have here presented the quality of during the quality test of aggregate, the sources were selected. The sources from Nepal Thok and Chepagu was rejected due to the unit weight is average unit weight is less than the 1.75 gram per cm cube. Similarly, the sand from the Belkhu was rejected due to non-uniformity on grain size distribution. All the aggregates from other source which were within the standard were accepted for the construction. Similarly, during the aggregates, the Felkinlex index was compared, and the aggregate from the source like Bakundevesi was different, so that was rejected during the construction. So the results show that the collection of and the properties of raw material were different for different sites. From the different sites,
15 minutes has been completed.
From the different side, the result were different, so it is necessary for the frequent test of aggregate in the construction industry of the high-rise building. Now, quality of bricks. In the brick quality, water absorption test and the compressive strength was test for the bricks of Bhaktapur, which was found within the standard, so there was used as a partition of building. Quality of steel. In the quality steel, the weight was varied within the 2%, which was acceptable. Then the large size of steel, the elongation of large size was still up to 22.59%. Yeah, it is acceptable for to avoid the brittle failure of the structure. The test results show that there is less consistency in the steel during the manufacturing process, so it is highly recommended for a regular test during the construction of high-rise buildings. Now, quality workmanship from the QE strength. The concrete cubes were casted and it was tested at Pulsuk lab after the 28 days. So all the tested report were within the range. Now it was found that the compressive strength of cube at the site was greater than the design value, varying from 231.7 to 390.73 for M20 concrete. Similarly, we can, as the strength is greater, but we can obtain that there is no uniformity in the workmanship of the concreting. So it is necessary to do proper workmanship for the construction of structural component of the building. Now, quality inspection using the non-destructive test, that is rebound hammer test. It was done on the supervision of division engineer, and the quality management practice of Sun City apartment was found within the satisfactory level from the result which I have presented over here. Now, using the ultrasonic pulse velocity tester, we have done ultrasonic pulse velocity. It is based on the principle of reflection of the pulse. Is the if the concrete is hard, the velocity will be higher, and if the concrete is poor with low compaction, the velocity will be lower. So in this principle, we have done the test. This shows that the pulse velocity is down from the 1.94 to 4.07 km per second, showing medium to good condition of the structural component. Now, after the 2015 earthquake, similar ultrasonic pulse velocity was carried out in the different part of the buildings. I have shown here some part. Although there was some cracks on the brick wall, micro air cracks on the slab, we have found that the velocity varies from 2.613 to 4.49, which shows that the concrete was in the good to medium to good condition. So there is no problem of in the strength of concrete, and it is safe for the living. Now, status of the key performance indicator from the questionnaire survey and key performance indicator, we found that the monthly repair maintenance cost is found much satisfied. Similarly, recreation facilities are and environment okay, found just satisfied. Now, these are the methods of enhancing the customer focused performance in the apartment. You know, these are the various enhancing content. Conclusion: we have found construction material in the within the standard. The customer are found most satisfied. Now, this is the recommendation. Proper document regarding quality should be maintained at site. Checklist for supervision. Similarly, ISO audits and quality assessment should be done. These are the reference, and thank you.
Thank you, Rajaji, for your nice presentation. Now I will pass to the audience for the questions, if any. Yes, there is a question from Dr. Bharat Dungana. Please listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Aryal, for your nice presentations on interesting research topic about the Sun City apartment. Okay. So my query is that, is there any role of regulatory authority to maintain quality in the process of building such a big apartment like in Nepal? And have you analyzed about have you reviewed about the other countries' practices also?
Okay, thank you for the question, sir. The buildings were constructed after obtaining the approval from the concerned local authorities or the concerned ministry and DUTBC for the construction of the Sun City apartment. I have reviewed some of the article about how to make the project qualitative and how to enhance the performance of the building after the construction. It's per my study, it was found that mostly the structural component are given more emphasis on the construction rather than the other parts. Then similarly, the in the end user satisfaction, mainly the area like living room, kitchen room, and it's about other bedrooms, such types of priorities are given by the end user satisfaction. So in context of the regulatory authority, municipal authority have been visiting regularly to ensure the qualitative construction in the Sun City apartment. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The presentation is on assessment of the household cement consumption pattern in Pokhara municipality, metropolitan city, sorry. So this is Praveen Bastola. Mr. Praveen Bastola.
Hello.
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 We can hear you, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Please change your presentation.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Praveen Bas.
We are seeing your presenter view. Please.
Okay. Is it okay now? Okay. My presentation topic is assessment of household cement consumption pattern in Pokhara metropolitan city, and I'm Praveen Bastola, and I'm so happy to be this part. So happy to be in this part of conference. And my outline of my presentation is introductions, literature review, methodology, results, discussion, and recommendation and references that I have gone through. And first, introductions. Cement, as we know, it's the very key construction material worldwide that is used for construction, and it is the compositions of the cement, water, fines, and coarse aggregate. Sometimes it may be admixtures also. And according to the Cement Industry Federation Australia, concrete is the second most consumed substance in the world after water, and every person requires 3 tons of concrete per year. And cement consumption assessment is necessary to know is necessary to assess the present demand and predict the future demand of the cement in any areas. And as our first presenter also talked about the performance based on average and multiplications factors, so we should always be aware about the concrete quality that we use in the construction project. And hierarchy failures, and there will be the failure in the construction sectors that may be due to insufficient supervisions, insufficient detailing and drawing constructions, inadequate structural design, and sometimes improper supervision will be also the main problem for the failures of the structural components in the buildings or any kinds of other civil engineering. And here are some it is my main objectives of my study. The main objective is to identify the household cement consumption level of cements in Pokhara metropolitan city, and second, the objectives were to assess the household cement consumption pattern in Pokhara metropolitan city and to identify the quality of the cements available at supplier of the higher consumer choice, and to analyze the field-based quality of the cements that are available in Pokhara. And the research matrix to obtain the first objective. I have gone through the questionnaire, focus group discussion, key informant interview, and for assessing and to obtain the first objective, I have taken this cement consumption pattern of different brand of cement within study area for 7 years, and preference of the cement consumers within the brand were taken in the field survey. Data were collected in the field survey, and to obtain the second objective, that's to identify the quality of the cement. I have done lab test of the higher cement consumer choice, and to analyze the field-based quality of the cement, I have done many field observations and use of the field tests of the cements were used in the construction site, which gives the real status of the cement protection in the site and their quality, and determination of the quality as per field test was done. And this is the study area. This is the whole Pokhara city, urban areas where, and this black lines is the study path that I have taken during my study. This photo was taken from Google Earth. And significance of my study will be demand and consumption level of the cement in Pokhara metropolitan city will be assessed, and it will help the consumers to broaden their knowledge about the different brands of the cement used and their quality, and awareness among the users will be also known from this research. And quality assurance of the residential building is less prioritized as compared to the big projects. So this type of research is also necessary, though residential building projects are less. And further, in bigger projects, we have the provisions of labs and experienced engineers for the quality assurance. But in residential building projects, we haven't seen that engineer is hired for quality assurance, and the timely site visit is not done. So I have taken it as the main thing for this study. limitation of my study was to what assessment cement will cover only Pokhara Metropolitan City Kaski. Nepali branch of cement were considered in this study. And firstly, I have done field survey from cement suppliers and cement users and RMC companies that are available in the Pokhara. And lab test of the highly consumer cement was done in the lab, and cement from the nearby cement market, and I'll talk about it later. And field test of the cement was done in the construction site, and tests conducted in the lab where cement test, water test, and strength test from the construction site. And this is the conceptual framework that I have gone through. And firstly, that I have gone through, I mainly talk about the questionnaire survey and the secondary. For primary data, I have gone through the from the questionnaire survey, and for secondary source of the data, I have gone to the research papers and Metropolitan or Pokhara Metropolitan City Office and Department of Industries. Some data are taken from there. And this is the household distribution in Pokhara Metropolitan City. In Pokhara, we have 33 wards, and this is the household patterns, that residential building patterns that are in Pokhara. And these are the building registers in the Pokhara in yearly basis. And data acquisitions for the cement suppliers. For cement suppliers, I have taken 148 population sample, and from that I have done sampling, and 33 participants from cement users for data validations were taken after the data collection from the cement suppliers. An interview with the chairman of the Pokhara Association was done, and top 5 cement suppliers I have met top 5 cement suppliers in the Pokhara Metropolitan City, and all RMC suppliers of the Pokhara Valley where I have visited there. And it is the study area that I have with the study populations that I have prepared from the GIS. And this is the sample selections that I have formula that I have calculated. And here is the 148 sample size, and the total sample that I have taken is 53. And this is the field survey photos that were collecting the data from the cement selling hardwares. And this is the data that I had after the analyze of the field survey data in SPSS software, and it is seen that cement is mainly preferred by the cement suppliers. And to validate that data, I have gone through consumers also, and they also from that survey also it is seen that cement is highly preferred. And in PPC types, consumers choose bridge cement in the study area. And it is the another field survey results was awareness of cements in cement consumers were only 37.5%, and awareness of manufacturing date of the cement, that is very important, but it is sadly it is only 2.5%. 2.5% of the
Vijay, you have 1 or 3 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. And awareness of the manufacturing date of the cement in the study area is 2.5% only. And advertisement of the cement that we seen in the radios, TVs, it only affects the consumer by 12.5%. And knowledge of the consumer about the concrete ratio that uses in the construction sites were only 30%. And quality assurance by the engineer was only 22.5% in the construction residential building construction sites. That this is the real data, and RMC users in the consumer will only 2.5% in the Pokhara city. This is the real data that I have collected from the construction site in my project area. And in my second objective that I have said that cement test of the higher consumer choice cement was done, and it is the lab test result of the Shibam cement, and it is on the ranges of the specifications or the guidelines. And it is the field test of the cement that I have done. And field test of the cement field survey result is presented here. That test parameters of the field survey of the field test is testing parameters is here, and this is the result that I have taken from the construction sites. And compressive sensitivity of from only one construction site is done because of time limitations, and for the checking of the strength of the sites. And this residential building was taken, and photographs for compressive sensitivity is shown here. And it is this, and I have also done cement consumption forecasting from 2000 by collections of the past data, I have done also cement demand forecasting in the Pokhara city. That I have taken data from 2063 to 2069 from my literatures, and I have collected data from 2070 to 2076 from my field survey, and I have forecasted the cement demand from 2076 to 2080. And RMC demand forecasting is also done from my study, and it is presented here. And during this, I have collected the data from 2070 to 2076 and forecasted the cement demand from this year, from the future years to 2080. And here are the conclusions that I have drawn. And this is all I have talked before also during my presentations, that the consumers are choosing the Sibam cement in the project area in OPC, and PPC type they are choosing bridge cement. And household cement consumption was forecasted for 2080 PS would be 28,990, sorry, 28 lakhs 9,942 metric ton in 2080 BS. And my recommendations from that I have drawn from this study was data manufacturing of the cement should be properly checked before buying up the cement by the cement consumer. Quality check of the cement in the lab and field is necessary before using the construction of the engineering structures. And though bigger projects have the quality assurance for lab test and other things, small project also should consider about the quality check and its guidelines. And public people are mainly influenced by the contractors and hardware before processing of the cement, not by the technical manpower who have the quality knowledge. And these are the references that I have gone through. And this is the questionnaire that I have prepared for the cement users. And this is the questionnaire that I have prepared for the cement suppliers. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Praveen Bastolaji. For very nice presentation. Now I will pass to floor for comment and questions. Is there any questions, please? Yes, there is a question from Dr. Bharat sir, and he will ask you some questions.
Sure, sir, sure.
I would like to ask one question that these days using RMC is quite popular.
Yes, sir.
Have you compared about the RMC system with manually site concrete system in terms of consumer assessment?
Sorry, sir, that was not my objective, and it will be surely the further topic for the research, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bastola.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the comments.
There is another question from floor, please.
Thank you, Pravinji. It was a very wonderful presentation indeed. So one of my questions for you is that you have shown your demand forecasting for 2080 BS, and I could not understand why are you putting your equation value or linear regression analysis for demand forecasting. Could you please specify in more detail why did you use linear regression model for your demand forecasting? Why not other models?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's very good question, because in this demand forecasting, I have used. Am I listening? Is my voice audible? Hello. Hello.
It's audible. It's audible. Please go on.
Yeah. Okay. During my research, and while doing the cement forecasting, I have prepared the curve, and this linear regression model fits my curve. So I have used these equations, and I have shown here. But every data that are presented are the real data. Thank you. Are you satisfied, sir?
Not. Because you haven't shown any kind of error analysis for the linear regression data, and from my experience, the data that you have presented does not well fit with your linear regression model. I think you should be looking for other forecasting models. And for if you are basically talking about linear regression models, it cannot predict like 10 years of data. You can only go for 1 year further. That is the main restrictions of the forecasting techniques. I think you should be analyzing with other forecasting techniques that can be analyzed for further 5 years or 10 years. I think he didn't hear. Where?
Ajay? What? So now next presentation is on, this is the last presentation, but not is the least. So last presentation will be a numerical simulation dynamic stall of an aerofoil by Bhattarai. Please, Ayush Bhattarai.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to present my presentation on numerical simulation of dynamic stall of an airfoil. This is a combined work of Buddhaya and Pulcho campus. And the three authors are the aeronautical engineers employed by Pulcho campus, and one is from the Buddhaya Private Limited. So we basically analyze the dynamic stall characteristics of SW809 airfoil. So basically, if you are talking about stall, that stall is a phenomenon of an airfoil when it loses its lift due to high angle of attack or low velocity. And basically, there are two kinds of stall if you are talking about, and that is static stall and dynamic stall. The static stall basically occurs in a fixed wing aircraft, and if you are talking particularly dynamic stall basically is occurred in flapper wings and helicopters. So basically, if you are requiring a definition about dynamic stall, it is a unsteady aerodynamic effect that occurs when airfoil rapidly changes the angle of attack. So angle of attack is the angle between the relative wind and the chord of the airfoil. So it is basically the rapidly change of angle of attack, and when an airfoil changes rapidly changes its angle of attack, it forms leading edge vortices which sets from leading edge and travels to the trailing edge, which in combined creates more vortices, and there is a significant reduction in lift. So I think we have problem with this. Okay. So where is basically dynamic stall phenomena experienced? So if we are talking about, these are the applications of dynamic stall. We have wind turbine blades where we experience dynamic stall, helicopter rotor blades, and in the engines of the gas turbines, and basically in the compressor and turbine sections. So we used S809 airfoil for our analysis, and its aerodynamic characteristics are representative for horizontal axis wind turbine, and the thickness of this airfoil is 21% of the chord, and the chosen chord length was 457 millimeter, and the chord length is basically the distance from the leading edge to the trailing edge of the chord of the airfoil. Sorry. So for numerical computation, we used S809 airfoil in Fluent 6.0, and it was the computation was done for steady state and unsteady state, because we want to show you the angle of attack where typically stall occurs in steady state and unsteady state. So we use two different models. So why did we use Fluent for it? Because it has wide range of capabilities to simulate incompressible and compressible laminar and turbulent fluid flow problems. And for a steady state case, we use a Spallet LMS turbulence model was chosen. And the angle of attack that we choose was -4 degrees Celsius, -4 degree to 20 degrees. And the velocity that we choose was uniform free stream velocity with a speed of 33.56 meter per second. And the Reynolds number that we use is 1 into 10 to the power 6. So this is a result that we got it from the steady state. As you can see from the figure that in about angle of attack 12 degree, we have the maximum lift, that is 1.2. Sorry. And this is the drag, and if you can see the drag significantly increases at 12 degree, because there is a phenomenon when lift increases, that significantly drag also increases. So this phenomenon is explained by this figure. So this is a figure of CL by CD, and this is the figure when we have a lift, we have a moment experience, negative pitching moment we have experience, and this is the relationship showing between relationship between the coefficient of moment and angle of attack. So the streamline pattern that we have for steady state is like this. As you can see in alpha minus 4 degree, that is angle of attack minus 4 degree, we have a very smooth streamline flow, laminar flows. As we increase the angle of attack to 11 degrees, you can see there are some vortices forming on that black color is represented by the vortices. Now, as we increase the angle of attack to 16 degrees, we have large number of vortices, and this basically increases till 20 degree, and there are a lot of vortices you can experience, and this results in flow separation of models. And this is the pressure distribution. Pressure distribution, you can see in alpha minus 4 degree there is low pressure on the upper side of the airfoil and high pressure in the lower side of the airfoil. This is the pressure distribution at alpha equals to 11 degree, that is angle of attack 11 degrees. And this is the pressure distribution at 16 degrees. You can see the pressure is high in the upper surface of the airfoil, and this is the pressure distribution for at angle of attack 20 degree, and you can see a lot of pressure distribution in the upper side of the airfoil. So that was the case for the steady state, where we didn't consider for the oscillation in the previous case, but the main purpose of this paper was to analyze the same characteristics in a dynamic cases where we have some kind of oscillation. So for this model, we use KW shear stress model because it has a wider range of perspective. And for this, since we are considering time factor, we have average angle of attack, and there is some angular velocity, and there is a physical time. Sorry. So this is the characteristics that we computed. One is for light stall and another is for the deep stall. For light stall, the alpha, the 0 degree alpha was 8 degrees, and the deviation that we could have is 5.5 degrees till 10 degrees. The Reynolds number that we considered was R1 into 10 to the power 6. And for the deep stall, we have alpha at 20 degree. The change in the alpha is 10 degrees plus minus 10 degrees, and the Reynolds number is 1 into 10 to the power 6. The frequency we choose was 0.61, was 1.6, stress size was 0.0027, and the 1 period time is 602. So these all are the these all values were basically taken from the previous researches. And this, if you see the streamline pattern for light stall, we have 8 degrees average value, and we are pitching up the airfoil characteristics for plus 5 degrees and minus 5 degrees. If you can see for our plus alpha, when it is alpha is 2.5, the flow is very much streamlined, and if it moves to alpha 8.5, the flow is a little bit moving in a laminar section. But we can see a little bit difference in 12.15 degrees. When alpha is 12.515 degrees, we can see some kind of a wake vortices is starting up, right? And 13.37 degree alpha, we have large number of wake vortices, and 13.5 we experience more kind of wake vortices, and flow starts to separate from this. So when we have 12.8, we can see in 12.15 degree the vortices starts to form. So when we decrease the angle of attack from 12.6 degrees to 11.8 degrees, the wake vortices that was experienced by SW809 airfoil starts to now decrease. Okay, so this is the result that we got it from the light stall, but we didn't. Okay, no worries. I think I can finish. So we have taken, since we have taken less value for the angle of attack and amplitude, we didn't expect the phenomenon of dynamic stall in the light stall cases. But when we increase the value of angle of attack from 20° to 30°, we experience a lot of dynamic still and lot of vortices. If you can see the eye, if you can see the eye like structure over there, I think it has increased from 90, from, if you can see closely, from 18 degrees Celsius, it has increased hugely, right? So how did this phenomenon occur? So this phenomenon occurred basically when there was a high number of oscillations. The leading from the wake vortices starts to set from the leading edge, and it forms up kind of wake vortices while it moves towards the trailing edge. And ultimately, when it reaches some kind of a higher angle of attack or higher CL, it forms larger wake vortices and results in wake vortices or flow separation. So these are the results that we have. And for the summary, we have like, as I said, it is very much different than the steady state case. So at amplitude of 5.5 degrees, the lift and drag curves show no oscillation in light stall. Therefore, doesn't produce leading edge vortices, and so there is no shedding of induced secondary vortices. As the amplitude gets larger and at an angle of 18 degrees and so on, then the stall have some deep stall characteristics, such as the production of leading vortices and induced secondary vortices, shedding which cause lift coefficient to oscillate. So noticeable lift is also obtained during dynamic stall, which is known widely as vortex lift, and this added lift is due to circulation on the upper surface of the airfoil, since lift is directly proportional to the circulation as stated by Kutta-Joukowski theorem. So CFD software fluent 6.0 computed the results similar to experimental data, which saved us time and money, because this data is yet to be validated in an experimental result, and unfortunately we don't have such kind of wind tunnel for us to validate this kind of a model. So that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation on aerofoil. And now I will pass to the floor for the questions, if there are any. Questions. Okay. You have shown all the models or modes for the attacking angle. So I would like to know that which angle is most safer for light and heavy cases. Well, you have shown that the Reynolds number doesn't change even if we change the angle from 2 point something to 20 or 20 degree. So what is the cause that Reynolds number doesn't, is that independent of the angle or what?
Kind of a different Reynolds number, because there are some vertices starting up, and due to which we have might be having different Reynolds number. But For this case, we are just considering independent Reynolds number characteristics. Just for this case.
Will this be the same in a small aerofoil and in a large Boeings, or is the condition remains same, or it differs based on the type of aeroplane? Angle of attack.
It basically, for dynamic stall, we are not considering, when the aircraft is maneuvering, like it is turning or something like that, the dynamic stall phenomenon occurs. But generally speaking, it does not occur in a fixed wing aircraft, dynamic stall. And this phenomenon is highly occurred when we have helicopters and flapper wings, in which the oscillations of the wing is very much high. So in that cases, this dynamic stall phenomenon, there is high chances of occurring in airfoil where it is oscillating very fast and it is rapidly changing in same attack. But for fixed wing, it is almost.
These are ambiguous questions, but is there a possibility that we need a very large area for aeroplane to land and take off? Is there any possibility or technology building up to take plane vertically up? And you know that helicopters are going that, I know, but I'm talking about the aeroplane. Thank you very much.
Now we are approaching the end of the second technical session. So we will be taking some remarks from our co-chairs. May we have Dr. Gary Blair for having some comments on the technical session. Dr. Gary Blair.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, that was really interesting. Yeah, I liked. Oh, I've got an echo now. Yeah, I like the last one. The last one was quite interesting. The air store. That's a really vital area to look at. I like the one on telecom services as well, which we seem to be a lot of thorough research from somebody who's an ex-student who's really into practice. And I like the one on impact on COVID on the construction industry, because again, that's a vital area of research. But I mean, they're all good standard, and well done to the presenters. Good for you.
Thank you, Dr. Gary Blair, for your remarks, for making it short too. We have another coach here, Professor Dr. Keshav Avasti, with us for commenting and putting some closing remarks for the technical session number 2.
Thank you, Neeraj sir. It is my pleasure to have me here as this closing session for the session 2, technical session 2. And in this section, we have seen that variety of papers were presented. They have covered the wide area, starting from e-governance to the aerofoil dynamics, or a pattern of stall of an aerofoil, because it covers all the engineering as well as the technological aspect in all the 9 papers. All presenters had done very well presentation and taken the data, field data, as well as good models on that one. And especially the cement consumption pattern in Pokhara has given the wider view of the consumption and distribution of the cement. Similarly, the rooftop rainwater harvesting is one of the important aspect in present day, because water is going to be scarce in next millennium. So if we use, we develop the technology and storage capacity to have a rainwater harvesting in not only Kathmandu, but in different cities, big cities where water requirement is very high, that will be very much helpful for the future generations. Similarly, the paper on quality management practice in construction of the Sun City building is one of the good paper, and that has analyzed the quality of materials used in Sun City buildings, and if the similar analysis were carried out for the another buildings, another such type of the construction areas at the beginning, what type of the materials and type of reinforcement we use, so that it becomes the safety for the residents. That will be our good one for the future one. Also, the e-governance in province 1 is a new innovation, but in that I would say that the data requirement for that was a little bit low, and if if one want to cover a large area, regional areas, that means we need the large number of the data, including the rural areas. So the data coverage from the rural areas is not sufficient. So it may mislead for the policymakers. If we say that, if we journalize that one, we cannot journalize such as things. And other papers were also covered the very wide range and field data on their own capacities. So I would say that the new ideas had been generated to show some socio-economic development enhancements of the society. This paper, if we put together and policymakers use this data, these results for the future planning, surely it will have a new innovation, and it will enhance the socio-economic development. Not only the socio-economic development, but it will also show that indication of the sustainable use of the natural resources, how the future, how we should use the present resources available, not consuming the resources for the future generations. That gives some idea. That idea has been thrown through these papers on that one. Also, people have used the modeling techniques, designing techniques, and use the engineering techniques to explain their findings. I hope in future we would see more technological advancement and engineering design used as using the new technology, and which will enhance the quality of the structure in the future. Also, finally, I think in the management aspect, we have a very few papers and relatively low, but without management, whatever we do will not be a success one. So we have to focus on how we use the, how we manage this innovation, technology, as well as the engineering together. If we put all this together and manage, make a swift management of these three words, that the future generation will be benefited from these terms. So in the last I would like to thank all the presenters for giving the presentation for today's conference, and wish all of them success in their projects and in their life. And I would also like to thank my chair and another co-chair for having with us here in the whole the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi. So that's the end of our session, technical session number 2. So without further delaying, I would like to start the closing ceremony. So we had very fruitful 2 sessions of today's. Thank you for all the presenters. Thank you, session chairs. Thank you, session co-chairs, all the delegates that have appeared in the conference. So thank you for making these painstaking tasks look very easier. We have come to an end, which brings us to this closing ceremony. Let's invite our dignitaries. Some of the dignitaries already have arrived in Zoom. So let's call our chairperson of the closing ceremony, Vice President of Conference, and Principal of United Technical College, Professor Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi. So we have been joined by Dr. Ramchastra, Professor of IIT Pulsar Campus, as a special guest. He is in Zoom. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. I guess there is some problem in audio problem. Actually, I am not hearing from you. Hello, Suren sir.
नमस्ते सर
नमस्ते सर हाम्रो एमसी को चाहिँ त्यो उ प्रब्लम अडियो प्रब्लम भएको हो कि उहाँले बोले सुनेकै छैन
अनि उहाँको चाहिँ नि त्यो उ भएको छ अडियो अफ भएको छ
Continue the invitation. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Surendra Sesta, Pulsar Campus. He is also joining us in the Zoom. Surendra sir.
Thank you. फेरि म्युटमा गयो तपाईको
Ajay Kumar Mishra.
म्युटमा गइरहेछ
So to kick off the session, I would like to have our guest, Dr. Surendra Sesta, to make short remarks. So Dr. Surendra Sesta, also an associate professor at Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering, IUH Pulsar Campus. He had his postdoc in graphene-based technology from Spain, while his PhD in nanoscience from South Korea. He is the head of Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering and also former coordinator of MSc in Information and Communication Engineering program. His area of expertise covers nanotechnology, telecommunications, in which numbers of research articles are found published in national and international journals. Let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Surendra Sesta.
Thank you. I'm former HOD, not now. Okay, I have to give a speech. Okay, thank you, everybody. And good afternoon and namaste to all. It is very nice international conference which is organized by United College, Technical College. From outside the valley, also it is very nice hearing from this college. And I listened some paper also. It is very nice. Some very different sector of different sector or subject topics are covered from this this conference. And this conference helps to our student to make as a globalization, that university or this college, this conference always as a not at a particular area, this always makes as a global scenario. And this is first, that's why this is startup, it is very nice. So it always helps to all faculty, not only student and as well as faculty. And also the United College, which is started as a master's program in one field, which also make that students to his progress or his or her this internal capability of in research make as a broad. So thank you very much. And this I wish to this continue for every year or every so what I don't know, that will be, even if it is continue minimum once a year, that is, it gives to good opportunity to all the faculties as well as students too. And to make as this conference a very high quality conference, we have to collect the paper from the different sector or different, not only this, outside the country also, to make as this recognized international conference. Because in any international conference, that minimum that we said as a 5 international or different country, that is makes as the international generally. So that to organize this, we have to make minimum 5-6 months ago that we have to start it. Even when this program, this conference give me the opportunity to as a advisor also in this committee, I feel proud of this, and I wish to all very success forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Surendra Srestha, and sorry for making the mistake, former head of department. So at this session, we are going to announce award for the best papers. So please please wait for that too. So continuing our remarks session for remarks, I would like to invite our special guest, Professor Dr. Ramchandra Sapkota, for giving some remarks. He is also the former Dean of Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. He is now associated with the Department of Mechanical Engineering and holds expertise in manufacturing and production management. He is also the chairman of Madan Bhandari Technological University Development Board. So let's hear it from Professor Dr. Ramchandra Sapkota, our chief guest, special guest.
Okay, namaste. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank United Technical College, Bharatpur, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to say a few words. So I am very thankful for that. Respected chairperson, president of the conference, managing director of the United Technical College, Bharatpur, engineer Baburam Upadhyaya, associate professor Dr. Surendra Srestha, Pulchok campus, associate professor Dr. Madhav Koirala, Pokhara University, and associate professor Dr. Bharat Ram Dhungana, Pokhara University, Professor Dr. Keshav Datta Awasthi, Principal, United College, Bharatpur, Associate Professor Dr. Anjay Kumar Misra, Editor-in-Chief of the conference. He is also from Madan Mohan Bhandari Memorial Academy. And similarly, Dr. Gary Blair, I would like to thank him for taking part in this conference, which is taking place in Nepal. So being an international expert, I thank you very much, sir. And I wish you very nice. Whether you are in Nepal or not, I don't know. Thank you very much for taking part in this conference. Dear participants, students, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to be in the Zoom meeting with all of you today. It has been a wonderful day because it gave us a chance to see each other, even although it is from electronic media. I would like to congratulate the managing committee, United Technical College, for successfully organizing the international conference on very relevant topic, latest innovations in sustainable engineering and technology management. Because sustainability is the big problem today, and sustainability in engineering and management of the technology, these are very vital questions and very relevant for this today's one-day conference. It is my great pleasure that you had fruitful discussions and lively interactions on the papers presented. Although it is not enough time for one day's seminar to make so many papers presented, I guess there were almost more than 16 papers, I guess, were presented. The day is very hectic, and I again congratulate the organizing committee, and I congratulate the presenters because United College provided this opportunity for them. This is the platform for the presenters, for the researchers to show their creative activities, and it is the opportunity to publish their research. So I would like to congratulate all the presenters, and I would like to thank the session chairs, keynote speakers of special session and technical sessions for their valuable time, for their commitment, comments, and also for their remarks. I'm sure in today's conference, the goal has been achieved, I guess. It might be very fruitful for the students, teachers, researchers, and professionals. So this type of academic activities gives opportunities to many people. So I would like to thank again United College for organizing this conference. And as earlier told Dr. Surendra, the continuity is very important. This is the beginning, I guess. In future also, the college will manage such type of academic activities, seminars, and workshops. So for this successful completion of the seminar, I again would like to thank organizing committee of the United College, and especially Dr. Anjay Kumar Misra. He is the chief editor, and their proceedings also is coming, I think. So for this also, I would like to congratulate and thank you very much. Thank you all, and I wish you all very good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ramchandra Sapkota, for his remarks and for the good wishes. So we are almost to the end. So before the end, we are going to announce the awards for the best papers. To honor this, I'm going to call Associate Professor Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra. And please, sir, have the stage, sir.
Namaste and greetings for the moment to all those who are participated from different time zone of the world. As we have participants from UK, Iran, Malaysia, Bangladesh, India and Nepal. So they are representing different time zone. It was a tough decision to select few among the all best papers. However, based on some criteria, we came to conclude some best paper. So the best paper from professionals from first session goes to Subheksha Shrestha. And from second session, it goes to Kesav Raj Gawali. Similarly, best time managing presenter goes to Gokul Dev Joshi. And best paper from students goes to Priyanka Thapa and Prakash Sharma. Similarly, for best collaborative research, the award goes to Ayush Bhatrai, who has done a wonderful research in collaboration with Buddha Airlines and IUE Tribhuvan University. Congratulations to all the winner, all the best, and congratulations once again for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra, for announcing the names of the awardee. So we have come to the end. I would like to thank all the presenters, all the committee members, all the editorial board, advisory committee for making this conference come true. So it's like a dream come true for us. And to make the acknowledgement and to end the session, I would like to call upon the conference chairperson for today's conference, Professor Dr. Kesav Datta Awasthi, to his ending remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj sir, for giving me this opportunity at the closing session. Special guest of the closing section, Dr. Ramchandra Sapkota, Chief Editor of this Mr. Anjay Kumar, Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra, and other dignitaries present in the conference, and all presenters. It is my pleasure to acknowledge to the presenters and all involved in the in this conference to make success. First of all, I would like to acknowledge our Vice Chancellor of Pokhara University for giving the opening speech with a chief guest of this conference. And I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Surya Prasad Acharya for accepting our invitation as a special guest in the opening session. Similarly, I would like to acknowledge all the committee members who made this conference success, working hard from morning to evening. And in that, the acknowledgement goes to Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra for making hard effort to collect the abstract and editing them and checking them. At the same time, my thanks goes to our department heads, Engineer Neeraj Bohra and Engineer Sulabh Adhikari, for making this conference success, working day to night to come up with the final solution. Also, my thanks goes to Gary Blair. Gary Blair, yet he is not physically present with us in Nepal. He made a very good contribution and improved our image by participating from the United Kingdom. Similarly, my thanks goes to Dr. Tegraj Gyamali for giving uh, keynote speaker in the first session. Similarly, the thanks goes to Hamid Serami, President and the Chancellor of the Technology Management Affiliation. And similarly, the thanks goes to Abdul Manan for giving us, for helping us in different sectors. Similarly, my thanks also goes to Gokarna Bahadur Motra, former campus chief and professor at IOE Department of Civil Engineering. Similarly, my special thanks goes to Professor Dr. Jibraj Pokhrel sir, who contributed and gave us a nice direction, clear direction in the engineering, shared his ideas. Thanks to Professor Dr. Jibraj Pokhrel sir. And the second technical session chair, Dr. Madhav Prasad Koirala, is we are highly thankful to the Koirala for having with us for the second session, technical session, to chair the second technical session. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Bharatram Dhungana for co-chairing first technical session. Similarly, thanks goes to Dr. Surendra Shrestha for being with us in the closing session. Also, the thanks goes to Muhammad Abdul Manan, area civil engineering and affiliate to SKTM University, Malaysia, for giving us directions during our preparation phase. I would also like to thank the chairperson of United Technical College, who gave us directions and support and every step forward. Also, the managing director of United Technical College, Baburam Upadhyay, for his valuable contribution to this project. Similarly, I would like to thanks to my colleagues and lecturers to the United Technical Colleges who attended the this section and give the input to the presenters. Also, thanks goes to the editorial boards, to the advisory editorial boards members for their contribution for editing and suggesting suggesting all the mistakes in the correcting all the mistakes in that one. Similarly, thanks also goes to advanced research publication and Nepal Engineering Council for their valuable contribution in this conference. Also, thanks to the DK International Research Foundation for providing us the platform on that one, on the research and publications. Also, my thanks goes to canteen for preparing food and serving us throughout the day, and the thanks to TV and the camera persons who are present here in this room and serving from morning to now. And also my thanks to all the presenters who have contributed a lot. Without these presenters, our program would have not been succeed. So I would also wish them a very success in their future life, yeah, in a future endeavor. So I would like to thank all. If I have forget to thank anyone, so please thanks to all who has contributed to this conference from starting to now. And finally, without the contribution of all the people, this project, this conference has not been, would have not been success. So finally, again, I will thank to all who have given consensus and good wishes to this conference. Thank you very much. And now I would like to end the final session of this conference. Conclude the final.